Hey, what's going on, guys? Xbox Online Channel, host Sega Forever here, bringing you guys the Wrecking Crew podcast. Once again, this is running a little bit late, at least from where I'm at, so I know pretty much everybody who watches the podcast is probably sleeping right now. Set the invitations out to the brothers out there, but as you guys know, one of the few nights that I get to do this is on Friday, and because of where I live, it's a little bit hard to get all the guys together. Though I will say that they've done a great job actually coming on the podcast, which I really appreciate. So give a special hat tip out to the Xbox Brotherhood out there, the Xbox All In guys, the Xbox Strong guys. He bought the world's most powerful gamer. If you guys watch Hebot's channel, you guys know he's been going through a lot of stuff right now, man. My prayers always going out to him and his family um, during their time of troubles that they're having and stuff. But you can't keep Hebot down, man. He's always out there putting out content, and definitely go check out his channel. I know I got a couple of videos that got lined up from him because he does a lot of stuff with collectibles as well as gameplay. And a lot of the stuff that I listen to when it comes to content um, for the guys that are watching, just to let you guys know, when I listen to podcasts and stuff like that, I'm usually on the run or I'm at the gym or I'm at an appointment, but I'm usually on the go. So when it comes to stuff that you guys might put out there, if I follow your channel or if you want me to follow your channel, then you guys want to put out content. Just know that I have to pick certain times during the day where I watch, or not during the day, but certain times during the week, certain days that I can actually watch the. Excuse me, guys. My voice is a little dry. My throat's a little dry, so my voice might be a little bit off today. Um, but if I have to watch content, like pay attention to what I'm looking at, I actually have to pick certain parts of the day of the week, certain days that I can watch the content, just to give you guys a heads up. So that's why sometimes I'm a little bit behind on content that people put out. If you guys follow Sega Man, hat tip to him as well. He puts a lot of great videos on his channel. He just doesn't do podcasts and just talk about the Xbox gaming community in general or Xbox news, but he does a lot of his collection videos, which I really love. It's like a trip down memory lane for a lot of the stuff that he has. I used to have quite a bit of those things, but as you guys might know, if you guys follow me on the channel, I no longer have my collection, or not nowhere near the level I had at one time um, when I was a lot younger. So hat tip to him, man, because he puts up some great videos. And the same thing with Hebot. So if it's content like that. Um, like hat tip to Unlimited Productions, who's been putting a lot of his gameplay video out there as well, and he's been pulling full blown gameplay videos. And I know Tuckmaster has done a couple of videos like that as well. And then Erock does on his channel, but he puts more or less like clips and stuff like that. But at least for the brethren out there, man, the guys that I follow, and I'm pretty sure you guys follow the same people. Um, you know, it's just You know, it's just we are all got a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of things to do, and let's be honest with you, man. With the stuff that Microsoft has going on, contrary to popular belief, for all the people that are out there. Oh, hey, Unlimited. Hey, I add you to the stream. Hey, sorry, brother. Can you hear me?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, dude. I know, dude. I know, man. I tried to get this done earlier today, man. I actually got off of work early
Hmm.
at a function, man. But I just been so busy this week. And it's been hard for me to actually even keep up with gaming.
Yeah. I understand. I understand.
But yeah, dude, welcome to the podcast. I'm just doing like a little bit of the introduction part of the podcast, man. Just trying to let everybody know another reason why the podcast is running late, man. I don't know what's going on where I
Hmm.
live, but we've been having heavy winds for the past couple weeks, and so I hope the electricity doesn't go off because we had a power outage last week. So I don't know how the weather is in your neck of the woods, man, but it's pretty. I mean, this is our winter months here in Hawaii, but
Hmm.
normally the wind isn't this bad, or it doesn't last as long.
Right.
Yeah, but we've been having heavy rains. The other islands, man,
Hmm.
they've been getting flooded actually,
Oh
and
man.
so yeah, it's. I just feel sorry for tourists that come here, dude, expecting that that picture postcard
Yeah.
type of experience, man, and
Yeah. My parents were out there for recently.
Oh, I hope the
Yeah,
weather was nice.
yeah. From the photos my parents were sending me, it looked like it was kind of raining one of them days.
Yeah.
But they didn't say anything about flooding or anything, so I thought nothing of it. I thought they just went at a at a time the weather it just so happened to rain or something.
Yeah, during our winter months we get a lot of rain, and then but it's just been nonstop. It's been pretty crazy. A
Yeah.
lot of people have been forced to, and you know, on these islands, man, they built so much, so many homes, and they
Hmm.
developed so much that people are beginning to realize that where they live is kind of below sea level.
Right.
So, it's easy if the reason why it's so prominent in flooding is because in some of these areas before there was
Yeah.
no homes or businesses there. And
Oh, okay.
yeah, so if it rains more than it needs to, well, and the irony of that is we need a lot of rain here because of the water table, right?
Right. Right.
Yeah, so it is what it is. But hopefully, do the podcast that the wind has died down surprisingly,
Hmm.
and at least for Hawaii, and it's pretty cold tonight. They actually have to close up all the windows and everything. So which should serve better for all the loud noises that all the cars running up and down the road. So at least that much should be taken care of. So we shouldn't have to
Right.
worry too much about that. But yeah, dude, I've been seeing you play Hogwarts or Hogwarts. Is that how you say it?
Yeah. Yeah. Hogwarts
Harry Potter.
Legacy.
Yeah, dude. Uh, dude, that game is on fire, man. A lot of people are playing it
Yeah.
that normally don't play that game.
Yeah. The other day I read that it sold 12 million copies in its first 2 weeks.
Oh man,
Yeah.
dude, that's
So
crazy.
it's been a massive hit, And
Wow.
I was telling E-Rock. E-Rock's a huge Harry Potter fan, And I
Yeah,
was
yeah.
telling him I underestimated the popularity of this series.
Yeah, a lot of people underestimated the popularity of it, especially the people tried to boycott it.
Yeah,
Dude, that
yeah,
was so.
yeah. They talk about a failed boycott.
Oh man, that was a bad look, dude.
Yeah, this as embarrassing as when they try to boycott Netflix over Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, yeah, that was another one. I just so people just don't understand how boycotts work. I mean, I'm a bit older than you, man. Well, not a bit.
Yeah.
I'm older than you, but the '90s was really popular for that. When
Hmm.
people would try to boycott stuff,
Oh yeah.
and what people don't realize is that when you do that kind of stuff, it draws attention to the product
Yeah.
to the
Yeah.
point where people are like, oh, well, what is this all about? And unknowingly or unknowingly,
Hmm.
right? It actually draws attention to that product, and it can actually
Yep.
help it, which is what a lot of people are seeing. So this is nothing new for me in a sense. But I am
I
surprised to say that's 12 million. I didn't know that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's been a massive hit, And to be fair, what you said is partially correct because I've seen my share of people who just bought it out of spite, basically. They
Yeah,
don't like this idea of being bullied into thinking a certain way. And they're like, you know what? I probably wasn't going to buy this day one, but I'm buying the game now. And it so happens the game is great as it is, so that helped it even more.
yeah, and that's the other funny part too, right? Is because not only are you, yeah, I've seen the same people do that as well, like just buying it, and the great thing about it, it's across the board. It's not
Hmm.
just like maybe somebody that's like let's say like politically right or politically left.
Yeah.
It's like everybody, right? It's because I saw one thing that was funny was there were influencers that wanted to play the game, and
Hmm.
whoever follows them and stuff like that was calling them all kind of names, and
Yeah.
I felt kind of bad for because they really wanted to play the game, and and a lot, and to their credit, a lot of them just went ahead and played it.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I mean?
some of them were pretty much bullied to tears, and that stuff is never going to win people over. I just find it, for example, I saw a video a long time ago, and I don't care what side of the pro-life, pro-choice side you're on,
Mhm.
but these people were screaming "kill all babies," and I thought, are you really going to say "kill all babies" in public and think you're the good guy? That's how I
Yeah.
felt about Hogwarts Legacy. Where are you really going to say that you're the good guy when you're harassing people over a video game? Come on now, you
So
know.
even when people were hating on the author, what's her name?
Oh, J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, they were like, let's burn her books. I was like, ooh, burning books. That's not a good look, dude.
Yeah, yeah. Like I haven't heard about burning books in ages. I didn't even know people still did that.
Yeah,
That's some, yeah,
and that's
that's
what's
some.
funny, man, because that's how old that type of thought process is,
Hmm.
and and it's kind of coming back, and and it never works, right? And again, the
No,
same
no,
thing
no.
happens, right? People are like, "Oh, what is this book?" And then they go and read it, and then you've made fans.
You're
That they,
exactly.
because there
Yeah,
are a lot of people, man, that are playing Hogwarts, man, that are not necessarily the biggest Harry Potter fans.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Hey, I'm not some big Harry Potter fan. I saw the movies for the first time last year. And if
yeah.
I was never in a relationship, I would have never watched them movies. Right? Because it just for the longest, it just seemed like it was a movies about a dork who's does magic. I didn't know it was much deeper than that. You know, and you know what? This also reminds. So my favorite sitcom ever is Married with Children. And I remember when that show was on the air, soccer moms in particular used to try to get it kicked off, and Fox always be like, "No, go kick rocks. We ain't canceling this show because you're upset." And I wish, I hope Hogwarts Legacy and Netflix supporting Dave Chappelle. We could go back to those days where people who are upset, we just don't listen to them no more. Don't give them the attention.
Well, and that's a credit to Fox back then, and not that they carried a mantle or anything like that. They're just being a business,
Yeah,
and
I
they
mean,
used it to their advantage, right? They're like, okay, this is like free advertising, and it's going to make us money, you know.
yeah,
And whether people agree or not, but I just think that businesses would serve themselves better if they just went to that model.
yep. And you know what? As a result, they had one of the greatest, in my opinion, the best sitcom ever in Married and Children. That was one of the show
Hmm.
that put Fox on the map in the late '80s and early '90s. That show it was on Fox before The Simpsons. So that's just put in perspective how big Married with Children was in its heyday.
Well, and
And
also it set a standard for Fox to
mhm.
go ahead with other shows that became very
Yeah,
popular. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And all because they rightfully so didn't listen to housewives. It's like, guys, this is America. You can't force anybody to believe or do anything, right? If you don't like, it really is as simple as, if you don't like Hogwarts Legacy, don't buy it. If you don't like her views, you don't, you're not a bigot for playing a video game. That's absurd. You know what I'm
Right. Right.
saying? That's just so ridiculous that I can't believe anybody would think otherwise.
I think the problem with society is just people's inability to think outside themselves or
Hmm.
look outside themselves sometimes, right? That
Yeah.
to them, I mean, you have something that you believe in or something that you like a cause or whatever, right?
Hmm.
Um, but the fact that you think that everybody feels the same way,
Yeah.
that's mind blowing to me. So
Yeah. That's where they lose, or they think people should care as hard as they do. And for me, it's like, nah, man, you just got to accept that nobody's going to care about what about what you do. And that's a good thing, because we shouldn't live in a world where everybody has the exact same views, exact same opinions, exact same thoughts, and we're all just essentially a bunch of robots who don't think for ourselves. No, that would be horrible.
yeah, that would be horrible. And thankfully that'll never happen. Especially in this country, man. You know how hard it is for people to to get together.
Yeah.
Because individualism here is so strong.
Hmm.
So when people like you said, a perfect example. And something my friend told me, man, he says, yeah, he mentioned that about that when he sees a sign on a lawn that says "Stay off the grass,"
Hmm.
he just wants to step all over it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, America from day one has always kind of had that rebel in us as a culture and a country,
Yeah,
where it's just like kind of a squirrel. That's why counterculture always gets so popular in this country, man. Because
yeah,
the
yeah,
counterculture movement in the '90s was super pop. If you wanted to be popular, you were against the machine, basically. If and it's kind of always been like that in this country. And that's what's so funny, when now everybody, not everybody literally, but those who participate in it, Sega Forever, they think that they're doing you a service by making you think like them. And it's like, that's not how it works.
yeah, dude. And especially in the '90s, there was hey Dea, um,
Hey,
Dea four
Dave.
five six eight. Hey, welcome. Yeah, you
Yeah,
couldn't sleep.
yeah, yeah. Day. I'm not. I'm gonna. I'm holding off as long as I can, and I'll be heading to sleep shortly.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming on. Damn, man. Yeah, I have the same issue sometimes. Like I find myself ready to sleep. I'm sleeping, and then
Mhm.
like an hour later, dude, I get up and I can't go back to bed.
Yeah,
So yeah, I know the feeling. I don't like that at all,
yeah,
to be honest with you.
yeah. Well, for
Um,
me, since I don't work, on the weekends, I don't mind being up late on Friday or Saturday night, because it's not going to affect me. I just get up anytime and get stuff done if I need to. Bad enough. Other than that, I'm just going to chill and play games tomorrow anyway.
yeah. So speaking of, dude, what else are you playing besides Hogwarts? Or are you just all on that?
Yeah, no, no, no. I'm pretty sure I'm going to finish Hogwarts this weekend. I'm going to start Atomic Heart off Game Pass, of course.
Hmm.
That looks like it's going to be quite good. What else? What else? What else? I know I've got a bunch of games on Quick Resume right now. My Xbox isn't on, so I can't look at it. But I got a bunch of games on Quick Resume that I'll be also jumping through as well. Cause,
Yeah, I
'cause-
have. I, dude, I've been so busy, dude. I kind of fell off of Hi-Fi Rush. I'm
Mhm.
stuck on. I'm not. I'm stuck on the werewolf stage.
Oh yeah, that was a tough boss. Yeah, he was a pain.
Yeah, dude, I'm playing him, and I'm like, what? But it's like I said, it just reminds me of Sunset Overdrive, and you
Hmm.
don't mind dying. It's just really fun, dude.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
All the bosses in that game were just a blast.
Let me see. Hey, what's up, 100?
Hey, what's up,
Sorry, dude.
100?
I want to try and stay on top of this. So, oh, you want to link in 100? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, yeah, it's only midnight out there for him.
Yeah, the Lakers won, so
Oh,
I watched
okay,
the
yeah,
yeah I watched the hundreds podcast, dude. It was really good, dude. I
yes.
was cracking up.
I mean, at least they're competitive, man. The Rockets are pathetic. It's tough watching these Rockets games. They are awful.
Yeah, I feel bad, man, because I'm like I'm not into. Man, I fell way off of basketball. Though
Yeah.
Netflix has a Bill Russell
Oh,
documentary,
really?
man. That I yeah, it's
Oh, I'm gonna have to check that out.
yeah, it looks good. Hey, 100. Hey, let me see. I'm trying to. Yeah, 100. I'll send you the link. If Dea, hey, Unlimited, can you get a hold of Dea if she wants to link in?
Yeah, yeah. If she wants to join, that I could should send it to her.
Yeah, Dea, if you want to jump in, 100 can or Unlimited continue. I'll send 100 though. 100. Hold on, I'll send it to you right now. I'm old, man. I got old man syndrome. Man, my computer. So I just think
Yeah,
it's because of the weather we have.
I feel a little better now that others are joining in, man. Because I'm about to go to sleep, so I'm not gonna lie, I'm tired.
Oh yeah, yeah. No worries.
Yeah, but I saw you went live. So I was like, let me go hang out with Sega for a little bit.
Yeah, I do appreciate it, dude. I was trying to I did that with Tuck, man. Tuck ran his podcast. So I
Hmm.
was in the comments to it and he's like, all right, we'll wrap it up. I was like, oh. Yeah,
Yeah,
so I was like, okay.
yeah. Tuck works nights, so he does his show at weird times.
Yeah, he works at the VA or something, yeah.
Hmm.
Dude, man, I can't get this thing to loud. Oh my gosh, man. You know what? I got some other stuff too going on in the background. So this is yeah, but yeah, a couple of the things that I wanted to talk about too, man. I'll post
Hmm.
it up as well. But yeah, just I don't know, dude. The thing with the Activision stuff,
Oh yeah, 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 man. There's been a lot going on with that.
it's just been if I'm being honest, dude, it just cracks me up because yeah, I mean I know a lot of people are tired of it, dude. I love it. I absolutely love every minute of it, dude.
Uh-huh.
Because of the simple fact that people I mean to me it kind of shows a lot of stuff about people. Like
Hmm.
and I said this before on other podcasts, man. Like I honestly feel like the great thing about it is you can actually see how many people are actually gamers and how many people aren't.
Right.
Uh, so There's that going on. Of course, Sony being exposed left and right.
Mhm.
And I'm not saying that as guys like us, we're Xbox guys, and of course prior Sega people. We've been in the gaming circles for a long time, so we know how Sony is. This is nothing
Yeah,
new to
yeah,
us.
yeah.
But the great thing about it is you actually get to see 100. But the great thing about it
Hey,
is you
what's up,
actually get to
100?
see. What's up, brother? Can you hear it? 100, are you
Yeah,
there?
I'm letting you talk.
Okay. But the great thing about it is you get to actually see people who had no idea.
Hmm.
Kind of they coming awake to what Sony's doing. And so that's why I like it, dude. And then of course I have no worries with Microsoft, dude. Microsoft has $1 trillion. They're $1 trillion company, so they'll be perfectly fine.
Yeah,
And of course, as Sega Man always says, man, we eat good over here. So I have no qualms about them. Whatever happens is happens, man. Like I said all the time, dude, I have a hard time keeping up with the games that we have now.
yeah, no kidding.
It's absolutely ridiculous. What's up, 100, man? Shout yourself out, bro.
Man, you already know Hundo in the building. What's good with y'all? So I got one even to y'all and we already know Unlimited.
Yeah,
What?
yeah,
That's
shit.
that's, that's some 35 podcasts you do a week. I see. I told you that brick wall hit. I mean, choose. Don't pick and
I,
choose. Don't
I,
pick
I'm,
and choose.
I, I think this the first one I did all week.
Oh shit, I ain't no.
Yeah,
I told look, called me the other day. I said, "Chuck, I don't know how y'all motherfuckers be doing all them damn podcasts all week." I
yeah,
can't.
no. Sometimes you need a break from them, man. Sometimes you can't. You need a break.
There's
I
sometimes I don't want to do our own. You see, we didn't do one doing Super Bowl. What was that? One of them we didn't do it the other day. Something went down. I was like,
yeah.
I don't tell nobody. I didn't. Why we didn't do a Super Bowl? Why we didn't do this? I ain't gotta tell you this. We ain't paying us for this. This is free. I ain't like everybody else. You be sitting there. I'm sorry that I did. We this is what happened. I'm not telling you what happened. The close people around me, I'm like, oh no, we got something to do. I think Flip what I think Flip went to go to the movie. Somebody it was just too much stuff, and I'm like, I
Mhm.
yeah, I'm like, no, man. Matter of fact, I was cooking. That was Memorial Day. I was cooking, dog came over and all that. I'm like, it's too much shit going on.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, man, I'm finna go. He said, I'm finna go watch the Boys Man concert. And I'm like, oh no, go man. I ain't told everybody that shit. Ain't none of their business.
Uh,
Unless they gonna pay for it. You want to pay for my business, pay for it. I'll tell you what's going
uh,
on. Right.
heard
That's what I
that.
start doing. What's going on? What you Sega Forever, man. See, my man Sega Forever, it's only 9 o'clock there. See, y'all be sitting there, I don't know. That's
Yeah,
why he be up so damn. But like, cause I just figured out, like, damn, how Sega is up this damn late? Like, man,
yeah, dude.
yeah,
it's
yeah. Hawaii got the latest time zone in the world.
hey,
Yeah,
I was
dude.
trying to go to that bad boy, and they were like, they bang on me. They say I'm in the past because of
Yeah.
what I.
See, if he took a flight to Japan right now, it'd be almost Sunday.
Yeah.
I don't know
That's it.
what.
Yeah, just like that. I work with a lot of people at my job. They TDY. They do that travel.
Hmm.
And yeah, dude, it's crazy because when they come back, they like lose a day. So they're like totally confused. But oh, hold on, guys. Hey, Dale, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing?
How you
Hey,
doing?
Daya.
Who is late?
Yeah, it is. This is the problem with me doing my podcast on Fridays. It's basically the only day I really have to do it.
Right, right.
Yeah. But thanks for coming on, man. I've been really liking the content you've been putting out, man, in the podcast.
Oh, thank
So
you. Thank you. I
Yeah.
try to keep up with everyone. Everyone's so smart and well knowledge, so I try to do my best.
No, you've been fantastic. You've been absolutely fantastic.
So what about what subjects have you guys been kind of mulling over? I know uh 100 has been like pretty chill. I noticed he hasn't been talking about a lot of the subjects, but
He
Yeah,
had a
it's
great
not
video
my podcast.
yesterday.
I sit back and it's not my podcast. My podcast is just I try to be with everybody. With I'm actually my podcast is vital because we don't care. But what you got, my man? What you got to talk about? Because I don't. I'm talking about a whole lot of stuff every day of the week. I don't
I
even.
mean, we just basically talk about like we're just starting to talk about the AKB stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
like I said, I know everybody's tired. I know most people I see on the Xbox, people are tired about it. But like
Yeah.
I said, I love it because it's funny to me. It just is because the amount of people that get exposed. The amount of times I hear a person say about Game Pass when Game Pass releases a game is like, oh yeah, that looks like a good game, but it's not for me. And I'm like, okay, and it's just a recurring thing, and when you have games like Hi-Fi Rush, and then you have games like High on Life, and I mean they have about every genre, right? You can't use the Japanese excuse anymore because they got a ton of that stuff on there,
Hmm.
and this is how you know. It's the same thing that happened with the 900p thing. It's the same thing that happened with the most powerful box thing, right? And the only thing they're hanging on to right now is the exclusives, which will go away in about 2 more months, right?
I just listened to a show with Mav on it called something speculation. It's I'm trying to remember. My brain is on autopilot. I'm sorry because it's late, so I'm not as sharp thinking of things. But I heard from one of their guests named Forte, I think it is, and he said something I
Hmm.
was surprised at because I guess my line of thinking is not similar, and I just wanted to get you guys' opinion on this. From his perspective, he sees a lot of problems with Xbox and like and from his perspective, like the whole thing with Baldur's Gate being announced and a lot of
Uh,
Xbox fans was concerned about that.
yeah.
He kind of blamed the Xbox fans and Microsoft for that. And I was like, what why? And I'd like the response that Pong Soul gave that a lot of Xbox people were used to having games skipped. So that's what they're used to dealing with. And he was really bringing out a perspective that, I thought that the other guy didn't even take into account that you have to understand that the Xbox gamer has a different experience from a PlayStation gamer, you
Uh,
know.
can I break this down for you? Can I
Yes,
break this
please.
down? I had to say this because I went live yesterday on GP after I got off work, and I usually
Okay.
don't do that type of stuff.
Okay.
Baldur's Gate is a PC game. Start off as a
Okay.
PC game.
Okay.
Hmm.
Um, I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna keep it a buck. 85% of these gamers ain't never played a Baldur's Gate game.
Yeah. Thank you.
Another 25% wasn't even born when Baldur's Gate came out. So for them to talk about a game that they never experienced, they don't even know if it's turn based.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
when I see like I said, I'm an Xbox guy, but when I see Xbox guys go go at play, no, you won't have no fight in this game because y'all don't play it. This is not a franchise, a multi-million-dollar franchise that people play. This is not like a Diablo. This is not like anything from Bethesda or something like that.
Right.
This is a title. It's games that's on Xbox right now, on PlayStation right now that you can play, or on PC you can play right now. That's just as good as Baldur's Gate. They
Hmm.
just heard the word exclusive
Yep.
Right,
Yep.
right.
and they run with it. And a lot of people don't want to tell you. I'm like, no, leave that alone. That's a realm that y'all need to leave that alone. And I
They
put a
they don't.
I put a tweet yesterday. I mean, well, yes, yesterday. Yeah, when I was at the office,
Hmm.
and I was like, man, and I said the same thing. And I'm like, I'm a real Xbox guy, but y'all don't play these type of genre of games.
Hmm.
And the
Yeah.
people that's acting like they do, they don't go check their police record. They don't
Yeah.
play no games.
Nope.
You're right.
But it goes into their catalog of they can how can I use the word articulate the words of someone else off these articles and stuff like that. That's no, I call bullshit.
Yeah,
No, that's
I'm with you there 100. I've learned a long time ago that they don't care. It's just that as long as the word has exclusivity, that's what they care. They care about the concept of exclusivity more than actually playing these games. I've noticed because they won't even beat shit like Horizon Zero Entertainment. They're definitely they're gonna play Baldur's Gate. They're gonna do is put a screenshot on Twitter for a minute, say haha Xbox you can't play, then go back to playing Call of Duty.
But
Right,
remember,
right.
they got people mad about um Forza Horizon having another DLC from
Yeah,
what we gotta pay for it.
yeah.
yep.
Like, oh, Jesus Christ! I told you. I don't even want to cuss too much. Cause fuck that shit. My man got me. I told y'all ignorant bastards already to go when y'all first got. We got everybody got. If you got Game Pass, you get Forza Horizon 5. I said
Mm-hmm.
go yo. It was $39. I said go get the season pass. You get that was the people that bought the ultimate copy of it. You got it for $40. You got all the cars, you got the James Bond car, you got
Mm-hmm.
all the DLC, you get the extra spins and everything.
Yeah, I have all of it. I love
Yeah.
Forza so much. I
Yeah,
bought it so I could play it early. I'm
yeah,
guilty. I'm one of those people.
yeah.
So I've just been getting everything, but I don't see the problem.
Man, but I
No,
This
said,
there's no problem.
why are you tripping about? I'm a like I say, do I play race car? Do I play the games? Yes, I do. But do I play it every day? No.
no,
I
yeah,
just cut my Forza on the first time in the last month because I play too many games.
yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous how much
Yeah,
content we have to play.
I'm not
I
gonna
felt bad.
listen.
I felt that was like an old girlfriend. I feel bad that I neglected her. You know what I'm saying? So bad. I just told this is how she was. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. Hey,
Telling me I really don't need you.
look, 100. I'm not gonna listen to people who hyped up that Horizon VR game and tell me that DLC for Forza is bad. I'm just not gonna do
Right,
it.
right.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna put this way. I got some. I had messed with some real. End up messing with some real PlayStation guys,
Mhm.
and they saying if you can't play with a steering wheel, that experience ain't really the experience with them. You know, with the what do you call it, the hand chucks now. They ain't got the dildos. They got the hand chucks. I got them too because I got Oculus. But I'm like, that's your banker. That's your banger. Which gonna make me go buy a PlayStation 5 and a VR to play that in VR? No.
That's a good question because I've asked myself that, and I have not found one title. And I'm not saying that because I like Xbox, because I'm okay with people playing on different platforms. I don't have a problem with that. People do what they want with their money, but PlayStation 5 have yet to give me a reason to want to get it and to get anything on there. I haven't seen anything. Like I can get everything on there plus some on Xbox. If you're talking about genres,
Mhm.
they carry so much more, I think, than I played on a PlayStation for a while, and um this the gamer on the PlayStation side is very different from the Xbox gamer. Xbox gamers are very similar to PC gamers. We'll play anything, old, new, different genres. We'll play anything. Like we don't care. I've seen people playing retro games and just having fun off of retro games. They're like as if it was a brand new title. That's what
Yeah.
Xbox gamers are like to me, based on what I've observed. A PlayStation gamer has different tastes, just and they're similar to a Nintendo gamer. Okay, they they like the same thing. They don't like things to change a lot. They like consistency. So this is why anytime that Sony deviates a little bit, they have a fit because in their mind, a good game fits into a tight criteria, and that's stifling for a gamer like I'm gonna be honest, like a PC gamer or Xbox gamer who are used to having a variety and just being able to have different experiences. With that being said, I think the VR, I think that's the way that Sony tries to get different experiences to their customer base is through sometimes something like a VR headset. But I haven't seen anything about that VR. Like, tell me why should I get that over Oculus or you
I,
know, something
I,
that
I, I've been telling people I own an Oculus. I
you
own
do.
both of them.
Okay, okay,
I
yeah,
own the one and the two. My son owns the one and the two.
okay.
You know what I'm saying? I guess where they at?
In the
Right
closet.
there, right there in my travel bag,
Oh,
wherever I gotta go.
okay.
They right on my suitcase because I don't play it every day.
Right, right.
I tell people that I have a bunch of games. Now, what I was saying, if you wanted to sell, when Oculus sold me was when I went to E3 and 108 and my man Megatron and them, I didn't even want to go into their booth, right? This is last day at E3. And I'm like, I'm like, man, I want to get drunk. I don't want to play. I did because my thing is I never like thinking that VR was going to immerse me. And so lady sit there like we'll give you 5 drinks. Sit your ass in line. I said, all right, I get my ass in line.
Yeah, he'll stay for the drinks.
Yeah, the ramen cook, they was watered down, but I knew. And so when they put me in a private room and the dude sit there and put me in a soundproof room, I ain't gonna lie, he put me in some Bose headsets and he put that Oculus on. And I played Vader. And when I saw Vader 7 foot tall and he put out that blade, I said, "Oh my God, this is VR." I pulled out my credit card that day, try to pre-order it. But guess what? I didn't need no PC for it. It was straight nothing. I was going to pay $400 for it.
Hmm.
I paid for it. My son come over. He put it on. Pops, I need an Oculus. Man, why you got to get everything I get? Did I make a clone of myself or something? What's wrong? So I get in one, and then when I get two, I have to get him two. But I'm telling you, it's an experience. Like I know guys that just hang out in VR, but guess where they hang out in VR? I play poker a lot. We play poker. I mean, can you talk on there? Can you get? I wish it can mesh with like we get into like an Xbox party chat or something, and you be like, Hundo, what you doing? Playing some poker. I'm about to take like 4.5 million from somebody. I think that'll get more people immersed into VR. I'm like, what is he doing? Now I can show you my VR. I have showed my VR experience on my channel because I can clone my VR experience to YouTube. But at the end of the day, is I don't come home and say, "Oh, we'll get on VR." But see, as a lot of people think about it, PlayStation guys want to say they didn't have it online. I can go on VR and get on some porn. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Wow.
I'm gonna, cause think about it. Mike, remember what's called took their browser out of the PlayStation 4. I didn't ask my man because he got it. Did they take? You got a browser? I know you need a browser in it. And think about it. Think about it. Who want to pay over $1,000 for this?
In this economy, I don't know anybody. I personally don't have friends that's that wealthy to blow that money on something
I
like gaming.
I got a couple of friends, but I'm asking them why.
Wow.
I asked them why. I'm like, we got, but why would you do it? Because they hear when people. Let me. I'm gonna bring you in this because you're too quiet. So you gotta take your ass to sleep.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
Shit.
word. I'm not gonna go to sleep. I go to sleep with my man Livewire. If they hear the word PlayStation in
Hmm.
anything, if Unlimited say, "Hey man, I had the best experience on PlayStation," how many people gonna run to your channel if you go live right now? Just the word PlayStation.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That's the key word that's the key word of life.
yeah. I don't know. I'd have to think about that, man, because my chat is usually it's usually pretty heavy Xbox. I don't really get trolls or nothing
Well,
like
you
that.
ain't never you ain't if you grow, you gonna get them little bums gonna come mess with you. You ain't had the
Yeah,
bums come mess with you.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know.
I don't really get
But
that.
but think about it is I've been in the game. I've been on YouTube for 10 years. What you a second man? I mean second forever. You've been to what 9, 8?
No,
Well,
not that long. Not that long.
yes, you was.
Mm-mm.
You
No,
had
I think
been
about
on. You've been on YouTube. Yes, you was rocking with us.
No, that's in the chat. Remember, we used to do the chat a lot. I
You've
met
been
a
on
lot of people through you
I
guys.
mean, you've been on YouTube.
Probably about 6 years, I think.
Mm,
Yeah,
6 years.
about
Like I
six.
say,
Yeah.
and my mother said, "What the hell you get out of this?" I said, "Nothing but friends,
Yeah.
friends that I
Yep.
talk to."
Yep.
Um,
Community.
yeah. I said, "I don't. I mess with a circle full of people. I invite people to come in and talk to me. Y'all can hang out with us. I tell people to hang out with me all the time. Unlimited don't want to hang out with me for some reason on YouTube.
Nah,
You know what I'm saying? Sega kids probably get us while we just like on our down thing. Like I ain't going there with honey. And then
I see Sega Man jump on your podcast.
no, I ain't talking about the pot. I'm talking about we on you. No, I'm talking about on Xbox Live. I ain't talking
Oh,
about my
online.
podcast.
Yeah. Uh,
I know my podcast is late as hell. That's why I like it. I like it on late night, unadulterated, uncensored. I don't care. See, that's something different. Oh, can I ask you guys a question about that though? Pop. It's three of y'all in the room. I don't know why I'm taking over your podcast second, man. But hey, the
that's all
Lord
right.
told me. The Lord told me to take it over right now. How many times you get tired of hearing about the same thing about things? So, I mean, if you go here or there, here or there, here or there, how many times you get tired of hearing that?
Who are you asking that? Who are
I'm
you
asking
addressing that?
to the whole chat. Like,
Okay,
okay,
I'll tackle that. I look at it different from you, I guess. Um, I actually hear different things from different perspectives. So if it's one subject, I've learned things from just different people with different experiences who are able to chime in on a subject or something. So I don't look at it as, oh, I'm just tired of hearing about this one subject. I don't want to hear anything else on it. If somebody has something to contribute to it, then I'm actually interested. So I mean, the people that I tend to visit bring something new to it, and stuff that I can't think of. No one person is going to have all the answers and know everything about a particular subject. So I guess I'm the type that likes to learn more about a particular subject. So I have that in my nature. Like, let's say I was taking up something new, I would research it and look it up a lot. Sometimes people around me say that I'm obsessive about that, but that's how I am because I like to know everything about it if I can. So that's my take on it. But I get what you're saying is that unless if I didn't have anything new to add to it, if I thought there was nowhere else for nowhere else to go with that subject, then yes, I would be tired and burned out on it. But some people are sick of the ABK deal, but it's fascinating stuff still coming out on that. So
yeah, but a
you
lot of
know,
people. But okay, I actually did this. I didn't even put it out there.
okay,
I work for a law firm. Who don't know I do. Um, I throw certain stuff out there, right? Like it was somebody did with Sony. Matter of fact, with Sony. I wish I had my man. I don't know where he at. Um, I told Flip, Sony's gonna find any ways not to show their stuff.
mhm.
yep,
I was told I'm like, man, and I was telling them how can they can get away with it this way, this and that way. Um, it was like, damn, video games like this, we in healthcare. I'm like, yeah, they doing this crazy shit. Like we in the wrong business. Uh-huh. Because I'm asking questions, you know what I'm saying? Because like I say, we kind of like a family. They kind of want us to be a family, something. So if I ask a question, some people, I don't mind asking certain attorneys.
right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, well, I'll actually ask him how can they do it in court, and he was like, "What you trying to be a litigator?" So I ain't no litigator. I ain't got no law degree. I got a computer engineering degree. You want to be a lawyer? No, I don't. I don't like y'all job. I got too much paperwork. I got too much stuff going through my printers every day. But it's ways that he can get what it worth. He's like, Sony's gonna back off. Sony's gonna back off. And my thing is, should I talk about it on my channel? Or should I because it's like thousands of channels talking about it. So if thousands of
Right.
channels talk about it, is my issue is I was like, you know what? Let me find something that let's find something that uh make somebody make a sunshine. Let's go find something else, even if it's negative. Did y'all see what you said about? I mean, because I don't know you, Della. I don't like the boring shit. I don't. I got to
Right.
fire it up. I got to do something.
Right.
I got to fire it up. You know what I'm saying? I try to even get it limited, fire it up. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, I don't like this, you know.
Yeah, I'm with 100. I try not to talk about the same old either. You know,
Exactly.
I don't like. You know, I think I just don't like to be in a situation where I'm saying the same thing everybody else is
Mm-hmm.
saying. You know, so my motto, my thing has always been, you know, if I think I could add a good perspective to it, then I'll talk about it. If not, I'll let it be. You know,
Right.
I don't, yeah, I don't need to. But with that said, you know, I do, I keep up with stuff just to keep up with it, like the Activision Blizzard thing.
Mm-hmm.
Other thing sends me a lot of stuff. 100, he sends me a lot of stuff regarding to it. You know,
That's your that's y'all man's now.
yeah,
So
yeah,
that's y'all man's now. It was
yeah,
my
yeah.
man. So
Yeah,
I
so I get, yeah,
I
that's
just sound
y'all man.
bitter. Yeah,
But
dude,
it's
I
so
give
much.
Zinc credit, man. Zinc.
Yeah,
I try.
yeah.
I try to watch a lot of different people, man. It's too hard for me, dude.
Oh,
I give him credit, dude. Like he watches a lot of content, which is good, right? So you
Yeah.
like they are saying, you get a wider perspective. But
Mm-hmm.
like to answer you 100 on my perspective on it is I'm just like they I don't mind. Um, Anybody has an opinion, and I'm fine to listen to it. But I also have my own way, like discerning what people are saying as opposed to what they're really saying. So for me, a lot of times when I'm listening to somebody, it's kind of like you can kind of see like what type of gamer they are. I know I've been playing games my whole life, so you can tell what type of gamer they are, what company they like, and as long as they can stay unbiased. But that's really hard for a lot of people.
but
That's why
this
when I
Yeah.
do my channel, I put my stuff out front that I'm an Xbox dude. That's why I've been on
Right.
Twitter arguing with people, and they'll say something like, "Yeah, well, you have an Xbox
but
logo,"
see,
and
I
I'm like,
tell
"Yeah, dude."
people, y'all see when I do what I do. I
Hmm.
talk today for the first time in a while on Twitter, and people just sit there like, what? They act like God talks. I'm like, I ain't no God. I see everything people doing. I just don't want to. My thing is, I don't do Twitter wars.
Right. Right.
Hmm.
I'm not a keyboard. I got to keep out. But my thing, I was bored today. I'm like, man, I ain't got nothing to do. You know what I'm saying? The boss lady's looking like, yeah, you want to go home? I'm like, you ain't gonna let me go home without. No, no, I won't go home. I want to be on some bullshit today. So and I threw it out. I'm like, man, why we got? I guess you know what can I say? I don't even want to say. I think I've grown because remember, people don't understand when I first started YouTube,
hmm
anybody can get it,
Well,
and people,
the community back then was different too, though.
yeah, and people mad because I don't do that anymore. I do it to a certain extent. I might clown, I might say your name, but other than that, I don't care no more. I mean,
Well, okay, yeah, okay. Well, here. So, when we first, like you're saying about YouTube and stuff like that,
right,
and how long ago, like 2013, a lot of us were kind of together because we all had the same type of issue, which was all the Xbox hate. Now, I agree with you 100%, and that's why a lot of these Xbox guys have fallen off,
yeah.
right? Because
When
they couldn't course correct, right? They couldn't
you
course
guys
correct
don't
because that's all
understand,
they talked about.
when I met Second Forever, Second man, we was strong.
Yeah,
These
we were
guys,
strong.
I used to, when y'all understand, I used to go in on people. I ain't even gonna lie. I talked about their wives, their grown sisters, and everything. I don't care. It was funny because I'm an entertainer at the end. I'm not a content creator. I'm a content entertainer. But when they went in on us, if they went on Sacred Forever wake up and say, "Damn, 100 and got on their ass already. I ain't got to do no more. It was already set. Nobody's not. It was like a brotherhood, a sisterhood. Not no more. It's like it's Gumbo City. It feel like somebody didn't drop the bomb now. So we just all scattering.
Well, it was so brutal back then, dude. We were
Yeah.
in the trenches. That's why I think it's funny now. There's a lot of people you see them online because Xbox has kind of changed the narrative and changed the playing field quite a bit by the stuff they're doing. But the funny thing about it back then, there was nobody back then talking about, oh, why are people console warring? Why can't we all just get along? Why can't everybody just play the systems? Nobody was saying that.
But
Everybody was
say,
just hating on Xbox.
answer this question. You know all the crazy shit I used to talk back in the day. Why get
Mhm.
accepted into the inner circle? Why I get into Phil and all that?
Why were you?
I go to E3 and get into all this other stuff. If I'm that foul guy,
Well,
they
I can
knew.
tell you because you're saying the things that they can't say.
Yeah,
They're
but
corporate.
then
They
think
can't
about it
say
is
stuff
when
like that.
when someone mentioned my name, like can this guy get in or what? It was nothing. Now I got on. I ain't gonna lie. My first E3, they put me on a course of Red October. I ain't gonna lie. They set me up with a bunch of people because they wanted to know me as a person. See, this thing about it is 100 is a person as a character. I don't know about the other one. The other one can go crazy too. But when I met these guys, people don't even talk about Craig Duncan made Sea of Thieves, and they don't give him his respect at all. I was there when Sea of Thieves was sitting there. I met, saying Phil get bombers like a rock star with Aaron Greenberg. Me and Aaron, we good in a motherfucker. Then everybody was like, "Why I and Aaron getting along? Because we both drink together." I met so many people, people from EA and all that other stuff, Ninja Theory. It's that's why I told you people come out to E3. Don't let them people say ain't nobody gonna be at E3. No,
I
we gonna
think they're probably saying that because Sony and Nintendo doesn't seem to have an interest in E3 and
Nintendo's gonna be there. When they hear if Nintendo's not gonna be there, they
mhm.
don't have a direct there. They have a big ass booth.
Okay.
People don't understand it. They were like, "Well, Microsoft ain't be there. Microsoft got the Microsoft theater, and everything is adjacent to each other." So I don't understand what people are talking about. Like, oh no, just because they're not there, and then Microsoft say if you got an E3 badge, you can go straight into Microsoft theater. Whatever you see on that stage, you get to play on that stage.
Oh, nice.
I mean, you know as well as I do, man. There's a lot of the people are just doing that, and I honestly believe this. A lot of it's just to get clicks as well. But Microsoft, there's just a lot of people that just hate them as a company.
That's true.
Oh,
That
yeah.
is true.
So there's nothing like I'm glad. Um, here, I'll put this up real quick. Like I'm glad, as far as I'm concerned, that they've actually, to me, that they still listen to us, especially the people they see that they're fans. But they've actually kind of charted their own course, which I think they needed to do, right?
Hmm.
Because they were basically listening to a lot of different people, and I think they realized what we already knew, right? Is that a lot of people, like Unlimited was saying earlier, they're just, these guys say a lot of things, but they don't actually saying things and doing things are two very different um, perspectives, right? So it's finally good to see them actually come up with something like Game Pass, right, and get recognition for it. And that's why it's that game changer I always talk about
But
because they
what's
don't have to
wrong with
worry about all the stuff that's going
but
on right
what's
now.
wrong
They
with
just have to
Game
focus on
Pass?
that.
You guys know I got a guy that said that he said PlayStation Game Pass is,
Plus, yeah, it's better than Game Pass. Yeah,
and
I
I'm
think
like,
so.
no, it's come on, G.
Oh, what's better than Game Pass? Sorry, what did you say?
PlayStation Plus.
PlayStation Plus. I got a guy. That's
Oh,
my guy. TK is my guy. That's my dude. I rock with him. I talk to him all the time. But
can
I
you
don't.
download games? Can you download games and play
Well,
them?
you can download them. But my
Okay.
thing is, um, it's over the Japanese games. It's
Which
really
don't,
over.
which really don't matter.
I guess they get some Japanese games that's coming. But I'm like,
Maybe that is his thing. Maybe he is a
yeah,
Japanese
no,
gamer.
that's
You
Yeah.
yeah,
know,
yeah, no. Hey, we play. Me, Sega. We all play these games.
Mhm.
Yes.
hmm
We don't
We
we don't
grew we
put it
grew
out.
up.
We now I can say this. We all of us we play these Japanese games. Do we finish them all? Cause no, it's too many
No,
games.
it's too many, and their games are long sometimes, especially their
Yeah,
JRPG. So
I'm playing Tales of Arise, and I'm like, damn.
that's a great game. I have that
Yeah,
game. Yeah,
I'm like, Jesus Christ, when I'm gonna
it's
get
a
that?
long game though. If you're gonna play it, yeah, you're gonna be playing for a
Yeah,
while.
but it's like the thing about it, I can't. People don't understand this. Y'all don't understand. I be in a party every damn night. That's my family. I be in a party. Like the other, you want to come in our party? We just talk shit. We just have fun playing games. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and me and Flip might cuss each other out and every now and then because you talking about Star. Thing about it is, man, hey, matter of fact, I don't want to cancel. How y'all like the new Picard? That Picard is fired, the motherfucker.
Oh, I haven't watched it yet. A lot of my friends are
How you
telling me I
ain't
need to
watched
watch
the
it.
Picard yet?
I just got Paramount, dude. I just watched Halo.
Why
I
you
I
just
ain't
watched.
did
tell
too.
me
I
about
just watched
Picard?
Halo because I didn't have
Yeah,
Paramount Plus.
Oh, why
yeah,
you ain't tell me
yeah.
that? I could have gave y'all some Paramount Plus.
Yeah,
I
I
know.
got it.
Thank
Dropped
you,
it. I'm
T-Mobile.
I'm
See,
gonna
look, y'all
say this though.
gotta quit
I
being
love
quiet,
Halo show. I
huh?
Oh,
thought
sorry.
Halo show was
Did
very
you watch?
good.
Did you watch it all? Did you?
Yes, I watched all of. I
Okay.
thought I'm not
Was
gonna
it
spoil it,
fire?
but
No, but
I
think about it.
loved it.
But see, thing about it. I'm gonna tell you, Daily. If somebody ever tell you
Hey,
about this, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. That's not the original timeline. It's a silver timeline.
I know that, but that's
And and,
okay.
uh, and, and when
I'm
you hear
fine
these
with that.
people sitting there,
Yeah.
well, they Halo take up this. What you say? Shut up! It ain't the damn
It's
timeline.
not, but it's
You
great
know,
storytelling, though. I would say
yeah,
that they
yeah.
fascinating characters. The way that they're telling the story is very good, and take it from somebody who reads all the time. And I love storytelling. Okay, I've role played. I've done that, so I understand storytelling. And they did a fantastic job with Halo. So
Well, we're gonna get you some Xbox Game Pass just for that one.
yeah,
Hit me on my side. Cause now I ain't never heard nobody. Everybody that talks about Halo, even my Xbox guy, Halo, they're supposed to do this and this. I'm like, you can't do it. Can you do that? I can't produce no show. I can't do. I like it.
what I don't understand is that they made slight changes. There is also a lot of similarities too. It's like they're pulling from different aspects of Halo. And also, I would say that even The Last of Us, I saw some of that, and they're making up some things as they go too. I played that game, so I know the storyline of that game as well. And they've taken some liberties, but nobody is complaining about that.
Say,
Now,
can you say that
so
again, Miss Sister? Can you play Sister? Can you play? Yeah, we need to that's what you need to um make a cut. Nobody say that again. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna I'm gonna cut that shit tomorrow. I'm gonna make that shit.
100 is
I'm
so
gonna
funny.
cut that. Please say
but
what you just said.
but yeah, I mean, I've watched. I'm speaking from experience. I'm not making something up. Okay, I've watched that. I know that the Last of Us isn't completed, but I've seen that. I watched the entirety of Halo, and they have taken liberties in both shows. They're not a one for one of the game. Neither one. Okay. What I noticed from Halo is that they've yes, it's a different timeline, and they warned us, so I knew not to expect the exact game timeline. So I never brought that baggage with me when I watched it. And it's really good storytelling. I mean, it's really good. And they you can tell that I don't know who wrote it, but they understand Halo's universe. They understand the lore because it feels like Halo in every way. But I know that there's some things happening in the show that didn't happen in the game, but it feels like Halo. The actor, I think, is doing a really good. I'm shocked because I didn't think I was going to like the guy playing Master Chief. I was really kind of snobbish with it when it comes to Master Chief. I like him so much, but I really think he pulled it off. I thought he did a really good job, and at first it was kind of shocking with having the helmet removed a lot because let's just face it, if you play through the games, I mean, you're used to that look, that iconic feel and stuff. But then I understand because he has to emote. He has to because he goes through a range of emotions and stuff through the show,
mhm.
and so he has to emote. And I mean, this is why like Marvel does that, lets you see inside the Iron Man suit. They have to emote, otherwise you don't really know what the actor is going through. The character in the suit is going through, and I understand. And I think this is just Paramount's way of handling that, but after a while I didn't even think about it anymore. I was forgetting all about that and just really into the story. My favorite character is Halsey because she is something else in the show. I won't give
Halsey's a
away anything, but oh my
Halsey's
gosh,
a bitch.
she is something. Oh my gosh,
But she's hang on, but Halsey's a bitch in the game.
oh my gosh, but in a different, she's more nuanced.
Yeah, yeah. I
She's
liked her better.
subtle.
Yeah, I liked her better in the game.
I
She's
agree.
yeah.
I
No, I
agree.
like no, I actually like this Halsey
I like this Halsey for the
Halsey
show.
is
Yeah.
playing. Thing about it is, you know what? If y'all ain't play Halo, I'm about to bust y'all asses up.
Uh-oh.
I'm about to spoil the shit. I'm about to spoil the shit. In the original Halo, Miranda, no one knew that was Keys and motherfucking Halsey's daughter until fucking Halo 5. When she said Keys, she died. She died just like her dad died. She rolled out.
Yeah.
But Halsey never said nothing. But Halsey ended up saying in the books, like, I love my daughter and everything, but she's a prisoner of war. It's who can do that to their kids?
Right. Yeah.
Who can do that to their
Yeah.
kids? And this one in the show is she's like, you my motherfucking mama, and you gonna do this? And this and that, and you put me, and then you got my dad in the mix, and all this other stuff is like it's like what I call organized chaos. You
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I like organized chaos. You know
I
what I'm
think the
saying?
reason why I liked Halsey better in the game because we had so much time for the character, even though it's presented in a game type of format as far as the videos and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like you got a chance to kind of understand like what she was. So when I was seeing her in the show, it felt like the only problem I had with the show is it felt a little bit rushed, like you were kind of saying, Dale,
It wasn't
because
enough. Yeah.
yeah, like
Yeah.
there's certain things in the game, being as that we all played the game, and if you played even Halo Wars, I'm not good at those type of games just because of the story I played it.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yep.
but there's these little things that build up over time that as a Halo fan from the games, you got to experience, like the scene when Buck tells Locke, one of my favorite scenes is when he turns to him and he says, because they're gonna go hunt Master Chief, and he basically looks at him and tells them, they're gonna hate us, right?
Yeah.
It's those little moments like
Say,
that.
say, say that again. Please say that again.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Please,
So
my brother,
it's
because I remember that.
yeah, it's just those little scenes like that,
Yeah.
that I think a lot of people will miss out on because and I'm not saying the show is bad. In fact,
Right.
I'm with you there. The actual actor that they pick, I really like him. He was in
Very
13
good.
Hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a really great actor. So when
Very
they
good.
expose him, and then like you were saying, right, I had the same problem too because we're so used to, the whole purpose of Master Chief
Oh
not showing his
shit.
face.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry guys. Hold on.
Okay.
yeah,
Hello.
yeah. But the whole purpose of Master Chief in the game is so you don't see his face, it's because you're Master Chief. You're living Halo through him.
Right.
So I was like you. It took me. I'm not gonna lie. It took me a little while to get beyond that. But because of his acting, and because I like him as an actor, I was able to move on beyond
I
that.
was. Yeah. Too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
It
But
takes a
why?
good actor to do
Glad
that.
she got some pom
yes.
pom.
That's
May
right.
I, may I add something to what you said though?
Mhm.
You're right about having the games and the books and all that. But
Mhm.
what I would say is this: um, that I think it was two things going on with the show. One,
Mm.
they wasn't sure if it would be a second season, so
Yeah,
they
that's
tried to give
exactly what
us
I
as
said.
much. And
No,
to,
Exactly.
no.
and but let me finish the
HBO
second
gave it
point. Then you
HBO gave it a second season before we even saw it.
okay, so they knew. Okay, but then
Yeah.
then my second point it applies in this case.
Mhm.
They know that they can't that you have to experience things at a certain pace, but I think they're going to revisit those little things in other seasons. I think if they have a plan, like a future plan for the show, like they know where they're going, I think they're going to flesh out these characters. I think what they wanted to do in season 1 was to try to throw you there and say, hey, this is what this person is right now at this moment. And they're going to revisit a lot of things and aspects. Like take Halsey, for instance. I think you're going to see more past events of what she's did and even what she was thinking when she made those decisions. I think
Did you,
you're just
Dea,
seeing the beginning, huh? I'm
sorry,
sorry.
just real quick. Did you like the presentation of the AI in the show? I mean, I'm not talking about the look. I'm talking about like how they did the AI.
You talking about Cortana?
Cortana, just the AI in general. Like,
No. I
yeah,
understood why. That's more for, in my opinion, that's typical TV. Why they did that? Oh, you
mm,
have,
okay,
can Cortana be trusted and all that stuff? I didn't much like that because I prefer the relationship that she has in the game and stuff. But
yeah, okay,
um because I understand, I really look into those things. I understand that's the TV aspect of it, and those parts you might not like.
right,
But that's why they did that. It's more interesting for TV, right? Instead of just having her show up and then Master Chief takes an instant liking to her, is it more interesting to have her in the gray area? Like, is she has to make a choice and she has to decide who she's going to serve. Is she going to serve her mother, or is she's going to serve Master Chief? And if she
right,
does
okay,
choose one, why? That's what all of that was about. That's her little arc, in that season. And for TV, it's interesting. But if you know the characters, not so much. I mean, it depends on, I
okay.
guess, personal taste. But that's my response to that.
But I'm actually, it's how we don't know who the characters is, or we already know. We know who
Mhm.
Johnson was. But thing about it is, that's a brand new show.
It is, yeah, yeah.
So thing about it, Johnson wasn't. Keys was not a black guy. He was a
No, he
white guy.
wasn't. Yeah, he was. Yeah,
Miranda was not mixed.
right.
Well,
Halsey,
that's a Hollywood thing too now. So
yeah, but Halsey, if we looked at there, Halsey was a bigger asshole than what you think about. I do like they portray Halsey because Halsey trying to get the hell out of Dodge. But guess what?
Yeah.
Guess what? With Halsey, when she did that in the thing, nobody can mess with Halsey because they love the brand. They cannot mess with Halsey. They can lock Halsey up. Halsey can get locked up for 48 hours, 72-hour hold. She out.
That's what they were
Naval,
showing her intellect when they did
the
that.
naval
See? Yeah.
intelligence because she is more. She's that. Can I use that word? She's that bitch. She's that one. So you can't not get mad and think about it. Chief is on. Think people don't understand. I don't want to spoil. Chief. People like, well, SWAT chief is this and that. He's a soldier. What soldier don't answer questions? I don't answer nothing else. But sir, yes, sir.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
true. Yeah,
if you're
yeah,
a
but
real soldier,
he was going through a myriad of emotions within that
yeah.
that's
in
true.
one
And
season,
then
and that's why.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then in the movie, I mean in the TV show, she was finding out like, oh my damn, my Peter can get hard. Jesus Christ, I ain't, you know what I'm saying? He go because after they took that chip, because it was a motion chip. You forgot they inducted this guy when he was 13 years old. He's in puberty. When he saw that girl, he was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna blow out her box. Why wouldn't he? That's what people don't understand, but that's a different timeline.
Right.
Just like J.J. Abrams with Star Trek, that's a different timeline. Everything is different. I don't know why people can't just embrace. Comic books does it all. Sega, because I gotta go take a picture. Sega, can't comic books do the same thing all the time?
They do.
New
Marvel did it.
52,
Oh, you mean like the
how
movies?
they just bust stuff up.
Yeah, pretty much. Because some stuff it's a different medium, so it's hard to translate stuff from the comic books into live action. It
No,
really is.
no, I'll put it this way: how they
Mhm.
doing? How they turn into a game to a video? And I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Go on, say this is your show. Go on, take it over.
Well, just real quick then. Sorry, chat. Siphon filter. And Dale, you can answer this if you want.
Okay.
Are you liking Phil Spencer? Do you think he should stay or go?
Phil Spencer has done a fantastic job. I think he's been recognized by the, for his talents and what he's done with Xbox. He's impressed a lot of people. I think anyone would give an arm and a leg to have Phil Spencer work for them. He's a loyal person too, because he's been with Xbox since he was an intern. So,
Yeah, yeah,
yes, I like Phil Spencer. I think he's doing a great job. He's not going to be perfect, but I don't expect that. I'm much more reasonable. I don't always like everything he does. I don't worship at the altar of Xbox. I don't always like everything they do, but
hmm,
I try to understand them. I try to understand their decisions and why they make the decisions that they make. And that's usually when I'm, invited to speak. That's what I try to impart, because I do believe that Phil Spencer doesn't like the way the Xbox consumer has been treated. I think they're willing to
right.
take those licks, but I don't think Phil Spencer likes that their people have to ask him, can we get this game? And then only to be told, oh, we don't want to go there because you're not the market leader. You think
Yeah,
he likes that? So I think he's a gamer in himself too. And I don't
yep,
think that he probably can afford every console, but maybe sees a fan of his that can't and can only get an Xbox and realize that he's having difficulty bringing the game to his platform. These are things that I think, as head of Xbox, that he's had to deal with. So yeah, I think he's a great CEO, and I hope he stays as long as he wants to.
yeah. I agree with you 100%. And like you said, he has pedigree.
He
He's been with
does.
the company for a long time. You can
Yeah.
tell he's a gamer.
Yep.
Thanks to 100, I've actually been in podcasts with him. I mean, not podcasts, but gaming group. What do you call it? Parties,
Oh,
where he's
really?
popped in. Yeah. Like we were talking about earlier, the community was really, really bigger and a lot tighter, and that's kind of gone by the wayside. But
Hmm.
for somebody like him to actually come in and be able to talk to other gamers, that's something I've always respected about him.
Right. Right.
So when he says things, I believe him when he says that kind of stuff. So yeah, I agree with you, Dale,
Hmm.
100%. I'm glad we got Sarah in the back. It seems like she's going to be stepping up to take that mantle,
I do
and I'm very
too.
much,
Yeah.
yeah, she's
Yeah.
amazing. She is incredible, and she's just kind of like Phil,
She
well,
has
and
a
I think,
temperament.
yeah, well, she's
With
also
her,
got that background. She has that background of being able, as a gamer, you can tell she's. I love
Yeah.
when she showed the pictures of her and her dad, and then how the dad got her into playing games and stuff like that. So
Oh, wow.
it's a really, I think Xbox is in good hands. So
I
Siphon
do
Filter,
too.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's and moving forward. I mean, who knows, 5, 10 years from now. But
Right.
even on the Windows side with Satya, I've been a fan of him for a long time. He's been referencing Xbox and even because I started watching a lot of the Microsoft stuff in general. And so he
Okay.
would always reference Xbox in the talking points, and not as just to make it a point, but as an all as Microsoft as this all-in-one, all-encompassing ecosystem. So that was always
Hmm.
great to see.
Right.
Um, then he says, "What do you think of Shinji Mikami leaving Xbox? You think he might come
man,
back?"
the man is retiring.
Yeah,
Yes, he is.
The guy, this is what I don't like about gamers to a certain extent. Um, if Della lose her job, right? Would y'all feel sorry for her, or would y'all feel sorry? I mean, sorry for this guy. You know what I'm saying? We don't. At the end of the day, don't we all work? If we work from home or whatever we do, um, the guy just wanted to leave. Why we can't
yeah,
accept that? They're like, I'm going. If I work for Sega forever, um, and I decide to leave. For one, is I don't want no press thing that I'm going to leave. Somebody leaked it that. That was not internal.
Oh, okay.
It was
mm,
leaked that he was going. Cause but he been so many years in the game. Why he can't go away? Why you
yeah.
can't? At the end of the day, I'm gonna put this way. I'm gonna give frack how many jobs that you have in life. You're replaceable. And people don't understand that. You're replaceable.
Yeah, Mikami, he's a creative side of the
He
equation as
is.
well,
Yeah.
Siphon. So it doesn't surprise me at all that he does that. I'm really old. Siphon. So I've been gaming since like the 80s and 90s when the Japanese market dictated the way the gaming industry would go. That's just the way it was. It's like how Milan at one point used to do fashion, and then it switched to Paris, and now it's all over in Asia. So these things they change over time. And what it is with Shinji Mikami and people of his ilk, like I said, they're more on that creative side. This is why like I'm a Sega Forever is my gamer tag. Um, but it's not the same Sega, right? Because a lot of the people I grew up playing their games, I grew up in the arcade on Sega games and stuff like that. It's not the same company because those people all left, and eventually that's going to happen with everybody. Um, so I don't think it's anything sinister. And he might. I see people saying that he might create another studio, and that's what they do. That's what creatives do. You know, they
But
they
why?
they.
But hang on. But everybody. Okay, this is all right. I put it this way. I learned this in the game. Um. Okay. If I left. Okay. Say Della, I left your company, right?
Mm-hmm.
I informed you I'm leaving your company, right? And you make a press release. Okay. Hondo's going to an. He's going. He's leaving this and that, right? We left in good graces, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um. If you live in good graces, why is it something bad?
It
Like I
it
want to do
it
something
isn't.
else. Like hey, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
Um, Della, I'm so tired of doing podcasts. Can I give it everything over to you? And I mean, what's wrong with doing that's it's the same thing. It's the same. Like I'm done.
Right.
Um, I got you back. Think about it. He's not even done. He's still there for about a couple of more months.
Well, here's the problem, right? He says, you see that part that says leave an Xbox? And Siphon, this isn't a shot at you. I'm just saying that's the thing. Because if it was Shinji Mikami leaving PlayStation, nobody would care.
You see the comments. Dang.
Yeah.
There we go.
But
There we
because
go.
he's leaving Xbox,
Oh,
because
right. Oh, it ain't the siphon I know. Yeah. But no, but
yeah.
the end of the day is
Mhm.
some people need a break. You get tired. And especially when you get to the upper
Mhm.
level, you some people want to be regular Joes. How many times you just want to be regular Joe? You know what I'm saying? You just want to go to the grocery store and nobody I put a purpose, I'm gonna make it easy. Say Della, you got that guy that always you can he with you and all the time, but you just want to go in and out. You don't want to talk to him. So what you gonna do? You gonna do the self checkout lane, am I right?
Right. Yeah.
So,
Because you about the guy's not bad, you're not that, but you just don't want to feel like talking to the person. You don't feel like telling you know what I'm saying, personal issues. He's
dude,
like,
I just watched 800. I just watched Low Down Dirty Shame. I
yeah.
bought it. It was on sale, and there's that scene where Jada Pinkett's character was talking. The mailman was messing with her, and then Keenan Ivory was like, "Hey, bro, she want them digits." And I was like cracking up so much.
It,
That's
it,
what I
it,
thought about when you said that.
because the guy, people think just because he leave, think about it. You can't leave and just start a new studio. You're under you got these guys to play contract. It's not a regular job.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Even the job I work with, if I leave my job tomorrow, I'm under NDA. Actually I'm under NDA for life. But I can't tell you the type of life firm I work for. But it ain't no celebrity. But I can't say it because I'm under NDA. Like sometimes I play games that I can't talk about because I can talk with you guys, but as long as we're gonna go live, I can talk to you personally about the game because I'm under NDA. And people don't understand non-disclosure agreement. I don't want think about it half the time they don't sue you, but you don't want to be that blackball of the interweb. And when you hear these guys as influencers and all like that, that's what's gonna get your ass. It's gonna bite you in the ass later. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny, man. That's why they do that kind of stuff
Yeah.
to put on lockdown.
Right.
So Siphon Filter says the Halo show would have been amazing in the 2000s. The Doom movie stole from Halo's look. So did Resident Evil. You know the thing I liked about the show that they did was they did do at least in the action sequences stuff from the game, but it wasn't
They
overdone.
did. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah. But
yeah, it
my
was
thing.
done like with that right amount of
Mhm.
like trying to So like if you're a Halo fan, you watch it, you get it. But if you're
Yeah.
just the person that doesn't play the game, it doesn't take
Mhm.
you out of that. I think that was the problem with the Doom game, right? When it
It
did
did
that
it
one.
too much. Yeah. 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 Actually, I like that because it's a cult favorite of
That's a
mine
cult classic. Yeah.
because it's so bad but so good. You know what? But oh my gosh, did they overdo it? I mean,
Yeah.
everything was overdone in that in that
What, the
movie. But
last Doom movie or the
yeah,
game?
yeah,
Yeah. The one with the rock.
yeah, with the rock in it. You know.
Oh no, I
Yeah.
actually I tried to go to sleep on it the other night, and then I hear the with the portal. I said no, I can't, because I think it was like on Paramount or something. I'm like, I got to go to sleep on something. I got to go to the office, and I'm like, this ain't put me to sleep. I'm mad at it. I'm cussing at him. This ain't real. You know what I'm saying? This is not real. You know what I'm saying? It's not real. But no, no, Dad, I didn't know you even knew about this type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad you're a girl gamer man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You ain't one of them bimbos.
Oh, thank
Mhm.
you.
Yeah, them
I would like to think I'm not one.
no, ain't one of them. No, like I say, I've been in what? Like I was gonna ask about what y'all feel about E3. Like I say, I'll be at E3, but see, they call E3 for me is a cheat because I live in LA.
Yeah, you're right there, man.
Do you plan to broadcast this E3 for
I
this year?
broadcast all my E3s.
Oh, okay, cool,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah.
I broadcast places that I ain't supposed to be at, and I did. Like, man, no. I'm like, man, well, I can't broadcast here. This man, we have to aspire. Trying to chip. No, we try to have. Think about it. Ain't no cons. I mean, I want people to experience E3 like I experience E3. You experience relationships. Some good, some bad. Like what people like. Oh man, have you ever met the Iron Lords? Yes, I do. Unfortunately, I do. And unfortunately, they live. They want to get a Airbnb about 200 hours of miles away from me. You know, what I'm saying. I mean, you can. My thing is, when you get out into these. I don't care if you even go to your little local. You learn some experiences. You can go talk about it. You can talk about it. That's the like. Well, Xbox ain't gonna be there. Who told you? Xbox got a. It's not Xbox Theater. It's owned by AMG, but they got priority for that. They can set that date. It's a theater. E3 is big. You'll meet a bunch of people. I didn't have people sit there like, man, what's your gaming couch? I'm like, man, I ain't really want no gaming couch. Would I put your name on it? I don't care about that. Would I put some massaging on it? Man, what was the price? It's time, you start meeting people. I knew dudes that even knew who I was. I didn't know person. It's the funniest thing when somebody you walk, say Della, people heard you. I'm like, ain't that sound like Della? How would you feel?
I would be surprised, really.
Like, that's
Like
Della.
what?
Della been
Yeah.
on the whoop. You just don't. That's how we hear. It's not. Sometimes it ain't about sight. It's about what they're hearing. I have somebody who said that I was talking to 108. Like, man, oh, let's go over here. Oh, they got this term, and someone 100. Yeah, and then what's called? So it's like, it's off your voice sometimes.
Right.
And I
Right.
ain't got the people. You got a radio. I could change my voice anytime I want to change it, but I don't want it. I'm like, man, I'm just. It's the I want the engagement. I want you to see what we do. You seem cool. I'm like, man, I'm gonna take her to the spot. And people like the spire. That's just the highest. What can I say? The highest outdoor bar in North America.
Oh,
And then you need to take 2 elevators up. But we invite you. You ain't got to pay for nothing.
wow.
Yeah, that's how we. I'm telling y'all, an extra cheat code. You don't have to pay for nothing. If you down for that, you ain't got to pay for nothing. It costs $40 just to get up there by yourself.
Oh, wow.
You ain't gotta
Mm.
pay. You know what I'm saying? It's like a send of the video. Y'all ain't see. You don't. I don't know. You don't got my video channel. You can go see how we have fun. and we all gamers.
Yeah, like when what yeah, Grown Women Gaming was there and
Yeah, Lord.
Dragon and everybody was there.
Yeah,
That's when
Lord.
K Mega went out, right? K Mega went
Yeah, and that beer was so high, Jesus Christ. And I was like,
yeah.
oh, that beer, because they, man, please do not let. I put you go to a bar, please don't tell them to get the card open, because I woke up that morning and wanted to cry. I actually got on, so I said, Jesus Christ, can you please help me right now? Because I want to punch all these people out.
Man, you guys went around, dude. That was
Huh?
crazy.
But y'all can enjoy that too. I want the regular people to say it for you, man. Come on, get your ass on Hawaiian. I'll pick you up from the airport.
Yeah.
I got somebody watch the kids. Your kids is as grown as mine. They can watch their damn self. I can
Dude, my
control
kids,
mine.
dude, it's crazy. My kids are on scholarship right now, dude. We constantly having to do stuff.
Hmm.
I didn't know how I'm like a bad Hawaiian man. I didn't know how Hawaiian I was until I got these kids got on the scholarship, man. We going out there doing
But you ain't no
like
bad. You ain't no man. I remember with the kid. People don't understand how. See, we got relate. I've been knowing this man for 18 years.
yeah, we know each other for a long time, dude.
I'm like, dang. And I want everybody. I was talking like I'm like, I want everybody here. I don't care if I gotta pull some money out of my damn pocket. I want everybody to enjoy that experience. Don't listen to what the interweb talking about. E3, no, E3. If E3 is dead, right? I want to tell y'all, if E3 is there, why I ain't got my our best passes yet? Best passes yet? Media passes.
Yeah, it's
Put
not
in.
dead yet. They're
No,
fighting for it. There's not. It's
No, it's
not
already
dead.
done deal. I
Hmm.
live in
yeah.
LA. If you rent out that spot, you got to rent out that spot. That spot that's paid for already. That's a whole week. You got to pay off that spot. All everything. And it's you got a lot of people saying they're going to be there. You got to have a lot. It's a lot of developers that want to be there. But you know what? I'm glad when I put this with the last one. Sony wasn't there. Nintendo was there. Nintendo was just as big. People don't understand. Nintendo said I ain't going to be there. Nintendo's going to say I'm going to do a direct. They have things on the floor. They have their best games on the floor. Fortnite was one of the biggest stages, and I don't even play Fortnite.
No, but that's always been the great thing about E3,
I just
man.
want
So
they
that's
they
all.
had they had the little games going on. I was trying to see if somebody clothes come off or something because where they was getting hit, and she was in panties and bras and stuff. That was entertaining to me.
But for the Fortnite thing,
Yeah, it was like the end of E3. It was like the last day. People don't understand E3. You get burned. I get burned out the last two, but you got to do what you got to do.
no, I think this year is going to be huge, man, because it hasn't happened. It's the same thing that
You're gonna
happened
get
here, dude.
more
A lot
people.
of the
You're gonna get more people, and then I get people telling me, "What about the CV?" And I'm like, you know what, Jesus Christ, a lot of that shit. You gonna get it, you gonna get it. I don't give a shit. I don't care.
people don't care anymore, dude.
I got
That's
the
the thing.
shot. So I got the shot, and do I feel like I'm more safer than anybody else? No.
Dude, Hawaii is like one of the most expensive places you can come to, and we are jam packed full of people
Mm.
flying over here, dude.
Hey, I want to come back with you. I want to go see the islands.
Dude, yeah, yeah. You like sitting in traffic. That's how bad it is here.
I live in LA in traffic, so what's the
Oh yeah,
difference?
that's true. Yeah, I can't see it. My bad.
It take me an hour. I work 20 minutes from my job and take me down there an hour to get to work.
Dude, I'm sorry. I should have thought about that. I was
Yeah, I
complaining
don't care
about how
about all
cold it
traffic.
was today. And then this
Man.
lady at work, she's like from Wisconsin or someplace. She goes like, "Shut up." She told me
Yeah, yeah. You don't tell a northerner that.
yeah.
That's like those are fighting words there. You don't do that.
Dude, if Lex could kill,
Shoot.
I would have been dead. I'd have been struck down. She just looked at me like, "You just need to be quiet."
Yeah, you just like
Yeah,
you'll get the evil eye. Don't do that.
yeah. Yeah. So my bad, 100.
Yeah,
I should
no,
thought about that.
man, I see no traffic more than you see in mine because I'm tired of seeing the same monuments I see every time I go to work. 'Cause I work in Westwood, right by UCLA, and back
Oh,
UCLA is right back UCLA on the back end. I'm talking about the right end of school. That's Bel Air. On the right is Beverly Hills, and I don't like neither one of them. I want to go to UCLA, but you go into it's when I take people around it, they be like, "Oh, that look like a regular high school." Yeah, because you're behind by yourself and go walk. It's gonna be a different story. But no,
Oh,
it's the experience. No, I keep when you come out here, I keep everybody. I'm the dead. What was that? Miss Daisy, the driver. I am Miss Daisy, Mr. Daisy. I drive every damn where, and I get tired, and then I got to cook. I usually cook for everybody, but this time I need a deposit, so I had to buy a big tent.
yeah. You have put money down.
No, yeah, so I had to buy a big deposit. I got to find out RSVP and all that because they thought I lived in the hood. I live in Inglewood, California. I live right by the Forum and New um Ram Stadium is at. I can walk to both of them with no problem. And they hear Inglewood, I'm like, oh, that's evil. Why it gotta be evil? And the devil like, you live in Inglewood? Man, my sister live in Inglewood. Where she stay at?
Dude,
Oh,
didn't they watch your videos? You've actually walked around your neighborhood.
yeah. And people they thought that was no, they didn't think that was real. I
What? I thought you was lying.
they remember hey yo,
That's
say
funny.
remember I was getting my windows done in my house about soundproof
Hmm.
window. Did I show that? I'm
Yeah,
like,
dude,
I
that
ain't
was
gonna
cool.
be
I like when you do those videos. I like when you barbecue actually too. I
oh when I
think you did that for a
barbecue.
while. Yeah, dude. Because
I
I
did
watch all the food
I got a
channels.
what you call it that dog can't stay sober enough. My son come over here
Yeah,
because my son
yeah,
cooks
dog.
like me. Because he got to hold the phone. I can't hold the phone and cook at the same time. I can't do it.
Dude, man, you should seriously think about that, man. That a lot of people do that now.
Everybody say go into the cook. They said make a channel
Mm.
cooking. I said yeah, I can. And a lot of stuff I stole from everybody anyway. So I ain't
But
still. I
wait,
put my own little twist on it. Because California does not known for barbecue. It's it's the southern, the south, all that.
yeah, but the fusion scene is huge there, man. Because I follow a lot of people. They do a lot of the mixing and stuff. They do a lot of
Yeah,
fusion. Hawaii was
I
like that for a little while, but it
ain't.
dropped off. Hey, just real quick, I want to read what Issa, man, welcome, brother. I want to read what he wrote. He said, a lot of people don't realize that Shinji Mikami, for the past few years, has been just an executive producer. He's been letting other people in the studio, such as John Johannes, be the game director. Yeah, thanks, man. I did not know that. I did not know he was doing that. I thought he was more hands-on than that.
No,
So that
I
makes a lot of
kind of
sense.
I got the idea that he was being like that. I think he dropped information here and there because
Mm,
the retirement thing doesn't even surprise me. I think Shinji is setting up for someone to replace him for quite a while. I think he's been doing that. So if he does retire, if all of that is true, it wouldn't surprise me.
okay.
Yeah. Can I ask y'all a question? How y'all be knowing all these damn people that produce? Because I play video games. I don't know half the people unless they know, they say their name.
I know him because I love Resident Evil and he's the creator,
Mm.
Yeah,
So I've been
yeah.
I
That
love
following for a
Marvel
while.
movies, but I barely know who direct them. I love him. I
Yeah.
love
one.
DC. I might hear James Gunn or whatever. I'll even watch the anime, and I'm mad they need to put that shit on what you call it plus. I watch these. I don't know how. I'll put it this way. I want to know how you guys put these guys in your memory banks.
What do you mean? It depends.
Like
Like if it's
if
from an
you hear
older
a certain
generation,
game, like I can't tell you who made. I mean, who made Halo Xbox? I can tell you now if you want to break it down and who did that. That's something. But how y'all hit it off like boom, boom, boom. You he bought them. I'm like, man, how the hell y'all do this? Oh, that
well,
was
and,
Tim
and
Simmer Kimmel. Oh, what you want? I'm like, what?
well, in all fairness, though, a lot of these guys are like I only know like just like with comic books, I only know the older people because that's when I was hardcore into it. So like for a lot of the newer stuff, I couldn't tell you. But like for Sega, that's why again I don't get really at least with their newer stuff, I don't have a problem with it. But if I'm talking about something I'm passionate about, it would be um, what Sega was doing back in the 80s and 90s, especially. You know, so that's the only reason that I know. That's when I was hardcore. Like I could tell you, like when I was reading hardcore in the comic books, I could tell you all the artists. I could just tell who the inker was just by looking at the page. I could tell you how old the comic was by smelling the pages. That's how hardcore I was into comic books.
When can I get you on my show? Can I get you on my show tomorrow so I can shut the hell up? When you talk.
For the yeah, well, you know what? I'm gonna do that podcast. I told Heba to jump on. We're gonna talk about the
I talking about coming on
Heba.
my podcast. Yeah, I can't keep no podcast. He about me all around. I said come on my podcast and let you just take over.
Well, are you gonna do one tomorrow?
I do. I do whenever. But your time is shoot. I do it at 8:30 my time. It's around 4. You
Yeah,
come in late.
I'm usually with my son. He has like tutoring and stuff.
How
Because
big
usually I
is
see your stuff on and then I'll listen to it after.
how big is he now? Is he big as mine?
16.
Mine's the 17 in mine. He's 16. Mine's 17 on the 12th next month.
Yeah, my son
That's
is funny, dude. He's like all into music and now he's learning Japanese too. So
man, that's
so
crazy. How long we didn't know? 'Cause I remember it was you and that was you. Y'all don't understand. I remember they used to sit there and they was talk about comic books. They'll talk about they was doing the first actually reviewing shows, and he was doing it in Family Life. They
oh, and
look.
the yeah,
Yep, even
yeah,
though like
with
the
the kid.
little boy, like the son, like I don't really want to do this, Dad, because I don't care. But your
Yeah,
daughter was with it.
yeah.
Uh,
Those days is long gone, man. I know you know how it is, dude. Once they grow up, man, they're into their own stuff.
They was like,
Yeah.
"When you get your son on?" I'm like, my son two different. My son, actually, my son might be more irritated you too, because he put that job. I'm like, hey, no, you ain't part of that. No, Listen to Earth, Wind, and Fire. Listen to Keith Sweat. Listen to no, you ain't that little music ain't for you, G. Ain't no Not in my house.
Dude, yeah, my son was because his music director and then the teacher who tutors him, man, he loves jazz and stuff like that. So my son was like listening to Stevie Wonder, man. I was like, what?
Yeah.
It kind of
I
blew my
love
mind.
that. I love Boney James, man.
Yeah.
People don't. People. That's why I be trying to tell people you want to meet a different side of. You can meet the real honey, and you can meet me in person. I don't put my shit on the interweb. You know what I'm
Mm,
saying?
yeah.
Yeah.
That's
People
that's one
say,
of the reasons I stopped too. Yeah.
yeah. You like Seinfeld? Hell no, I don't like no damn Seinfeld. Well, you was talking about an episode because I was with a chick at the time and I wanted to hit the juice box. See, I tell them myself. See, I'm not a content creator. I'm a content entertainer. That's why I'm breaking that shit down to people. I want to be joke. What's wrong with me being Kevin Hart? I can still talk about games. They can. They cannot talk. They can talk games and joke at the same time like I can do. Let's have
No, that's
fun.
it. Yeah.
You don't have to worry about no birds. Like, man, you saw that. Man, you saw that robot trying to have sex with me. I'm like, yeah, but the other rabbit finna have sex with you too. So man, you better pick a choice. I mean, no, you can't. Somebody asked me this too. Second, and I'm gonna end it on this. 'Cause I'm gonna
Oh, go ahead, bro.
they asked me why we can't be the same people when we first started.
The Xbox community.
No, yeah. I mean, this us period. Like, why y'all guys can't be the same? I gave him an answer. I want to hear your answer.
Well, we all had different goals. That's why. I mean, everybody's and personalities as well. It's like Dea. Like the one thing I liked about Dea when you came on the podcast, because I would see your comments.
Oh, okay.
It's just your perspective and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah. So I think so. Again, back in the day when all this Xbox stuff started, like I was not an Xbox guy. I was a Sega guy, and then Sega went away, and then I became multi-console because Sega became a publisher. But I found myself gravitating more towards Xbox. And then when Xbox came out in 2013 Xbox One, there was so much about it I liked. It wasn't that I was a fan of them. It was just that I liked the product and I liked some of the games and stuff like that. And I was like, okay, I'll just play Xbox because it seems to have it. And then all the hate and stuff that happened, right? And then it kind of like how can I put it, solidified the community. But then you know as well as I do, 100 man. As time went on, then you knew some people weren't as heavy into Xbox, or some people just wanted to be influencers then, which is fine. There's been so many people that have just kind of fell off, and then again,
See,
Xbox has
see,
gotten way better.
see, you might heard me. I don't know if you heard me. I'm tired of people saying that they're influencers. Um,
Mm.
I had church last Saturday. I'm gonna have to have church tonight. Why do I need someone to influence me to buy a game? Am I right, Della? Can I
Yeah.
preach? Can I preach? I see the cross on you. Can I preach?
Yes, you can.
Yes. You know, saying where I come from is why would make me manipulate me to play a game? Why would I listen to someone else? You know what I'm saying? If I go on the inside world, you know what I'm saying? Somebody said that this is that, you know what I'm saying? This burger is better than that burger, unless I try it. But why would I be labeled somebody? My thing is that's a dictatorship. I mean, why I gotta influence you to buy something? My thing is I want you to try it out yourself. If you're a real gamer try it out themselves. I said this to flip. I mean, my guys and all that. I'm like, why I got to? I'll put it this way. My when I go to the office and I get booty sometimes. Nobody influences my damn Uber bill. Where influencers at? They not paying for that, right? What make you an influencer because you're trying to trick somebody into your game? And I see a lot of guys, well, I had to go to the doctor and I got bills and all that other stuff. Where's your paperwork? And I see a lot of YouTubers does that. I'm not an influencer. I'm just going to broaden your life. I don't care what you play on. And they don't say that. But when you say the word influence, that means you're influencing that person to that product. You know what I'm saying? Even what Just Ice Theme, she's influencing you to Xbox because she get free gifts. If you're getting free gifts and all that, you're influenced. You're trying to influence. You're trying to manipulate the culture, and that's wrong. I don't. That's why, like, I don't like. Oh, that person's a YouTube influence. But they influence what? I ain't giving them to their cause. So you want me to influence a cult? Following? That's what they're doing.
I don't think the problem you're having is the influencer. It's actually the people, bro. The people that are like that. Like I like what Dale said earlier. Like I can listen to a lot of different opinions and stuff like that, but ultimately, I think it's important that you make up your own mind.
But why? What I can't listen to me. I'll put this way: if I see a game, right? Perfect example. What's that? The new Warrant game, right?
Which
Everybody
one?
thought it was based off the movie, right?
What? I'm sorry. What movie is what game?
Um, Warrant. Remember the guy that used to shoot the gun and he can make it curve?
Oh,
Warrant.
okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I bought that game. Has nothing to do with that movie. I bought that
Yeah.
game for $60.
Well, the movie has nothing to do with the comic book. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, but I bought the game because I thought, I saw people and it was hyped up, and what I saw it was, but I didn't. A YouTuber did not influence me to buy it. I looked at it for myself. I influenced myself to get into it. That I mad at I'm still mad at myself, and I still need to hit myself with a bag of nickels. But it's fun. It's good. But is it worth $60? No. About 40, $30. Yes. Great game. But why somebody got to talk you into buying your favorite console? Then when you use the influencer, that means you're trying to do it. That means you're trying to do some David Corrales type of shit. If you're trying to influence somebody to like something, Now you can say you're a salesman. That's different. When you go to see, I don't know if Sears still open where your guys go. Best Buy. So when you want to go buy a refrigerator, them guys is not influenced. They're trying to make money. They're actually trying to sell a product. They're trying to sell a Maple Leaf product that's not even on the that's you can buy digitally. They don't even own the property. They don't even get a bonus off of it.
I mean, if I'm being honest, they just need to be better. I'm sorry. Salespeople are not the same like when I was growing up. I mean, it's just like,
I used to work for Sears, and I worked happily when I left Lowe's. I had to go work in children men's, right?
hmm,
I had to learn how to fold up clothes, right, and all that other stuff, right? But then it got to a point where they saw my leadership. They started giving me a Bed Bath and Beyond in that section. Then I end up getting hardware. I can tell you now what drill can go drilling nothing from this day. I do not care. I hire somebody to do it. But did it influence me to buy that drill? No. It's Craftsman. This and that. We got to quit using the influence because the influencers just want to make money. Because if you listen to influencers, especially if you're looking at their videos, why don't you go check out gethard.com? Make sure that you're gonna get a hard on, what I'm saying, and your ladies are gonna get, what I'm saying, are gonna love you. You need to cut that shit off. That's an influencer. They don't play no games. But I know I've been talking too much, man. I'm gonna take my ass to this break.
no worries, dude. Here, real quick. This is what Issa wrote, which I thought is really cool. Culture is man-made. Everything in society is influenced by people. There is no such thing as a blank slate unless you're a baby. The way you talk, think, and speak is all influenced by something.
That's true.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I feel, man.
Dude, Issa's been like, dude, I like Issa. If you ever want to come on the podcast, let me know.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, he's really good. He'd be hanging out on this podcast at night. I was like, dude, thanks for showing up. But
Yeah,
yeah,
he probably has a lot of knowledge, you know?
I
oh
don't got
yeah,
all the knowledge
definitely.
right now. You know what I'm saying? If you guys want to know a whiskey to buy and all that, kind of want to. Well, I need to have a connoisseur channel. That's why I'm gonna make a connoisseur channel. That you drink?
Oh, was that Dea? Were you asking Dea?
That you drink?
I'm sorry?
I said, do you drink?
No, I don't.
Okay. Let's say you sponsor my new one. I love the Lord and love the Lord me, but the Lord told me I gotta drink. I'm gonna let y'all go, man. I appreciate, man. Say fair. I appreciate you, but you my guy.
Yeah, dude.
My guy.
Dude, I
Oh,
always, dude, much respect, man. I remember a long time ago, dude. I remember we started talking about pop culture, and you busted me on that, dude. You're like, you was coming with all the knowledge, and I was like, oh, much respect, Andre. We've been friends for a long time, dude.
yeah.
You always
I don't
welcome.
know everything, man. Trust me. I talked to you know this guy is solid. His crew is solid. You know,
Yeah, dude, we've been doing this for
if
a
I
long.
if I ain't drink for the last 4 days, I probably can stay up, but I ain't done until I'm gonna do next thing. I ain't gonna lie. See, I don't lie to the world. I tell the world I'm finna go to bed. You know what I'm saying? Then people sit there, yeah, I got this thing chick over. No, I ain't calling nobody over. I ain't doing nothing. It's raining like hell out here. How y'all miss the rain? You know what? That's your fault, Hawaii.
No, we getting stormed down here, dude. That's why the
Oh, we
podcast is
we getting we getting
great.
blessed and we getting cold. You know it snowed on the what you call it on Hollywood Out of Fame, the Hollywood sign the other day. It got
Did
so
it?
cold out here.
Dang, dude. Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah, and it
epic.
don't snow, and we live by the beach. You know, when close to the beaches, you don't snow. And that's when my son was like, "Pops, I'm hungry." I said, "You hungry for what? Ain't nobody from deliver to you right now." And the person that said they was gonna deliver $48. I said, "What you finna get?"
Yeah,
Uh,
dude, it's crazy.
a Chipotle. I like, oh no, I already no. No, he don't want no tip. If he give you $48, he need to feed that whole house. I said, nah, nah. Go to order from the grocery store. I teach you. And then my son can kind of cook. So I'm like, no, hell no.
Oh, that's
Mm-mm.
good. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, that he can. Yeah, that's good,
I
dude.
said,
Yeah,
no,
teaching
but they don't
kids.
like him because he don't clean up. So that's not my house. Then I said, well, worst case scenario, when I get off work, I'm gonna come get you. I don't want to be. It's always some excuses. He about to be 17 on the
Yeah,
11th.
they at that. Yeah, my son's the same way. They at that age.
No, I said, man, what you gonna want? Ain't nobody finna go around in this weather, and we don't usually have this weather in California. But I'm like, we got it. You know, well, well, well my mama said she gonna bring. I said, nah, your grandmama ain't supposed to be dropped. You know what? That's a different story. I go and order that pizza, man. It's gonna cost you $40. But I hope you get it. Man, I shout to everybody in here, man. I appreciate everybody, man. I'm about to get on.
Yeah, dude. Thanks for stopping by. Like I said,
Yeah.
you're always welcome, bro. I always send out. You know what I'll do? I'll just keep on sending out the link to you, and if you can jump in, jump in.
So
If
yeah,
not, it's
sometimes I
fine.
couldn't. I put. So I've been burned, man. The job be doing me bad, G.
Oh yeah, dude. I know.
They been doing me bad. They be have you. I don't do nothing, but you just be in the office, take your soul away from you.
Are you back in office all the time, or are you still working from home some days?
No, I'm back in office now.
Oh yeah.
I'm
Okay.
off. I'm off.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I'm in
That's what they
office.
do.
Yeah, I'm in office now. Fuck that. They ain't getting that. No, if unless it's something important, a secretary actually for my request, yeah, I'll be at all. I'll be here, but I can do it from home. But it's what they want is some bull crap. Set up their webcam and it's something simple. And have a time
Mm,
inside. I drink a beer and go to sleep because it's like a deposition, and you don't want to hear that shit. I go to sleep. I tell them, you know what I'm saying, and then I put an alert on, like what this deposition supposed to, and then I hear ping, ping, ping. So yeah, it's different. It's a different lifestyle what I used to work in, but it's good and bad. But man, Della, you have a bless because everybody be talking about you. You the hottest girl on the interweb right now. I know somebody that married you by now because you the hottest girl on the interweb because everything I hear, Della. I'm like, okay, who is?
Thank you, 100.
No, you is like who? I'm like, who is this person? You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought you was a guy.
Real, you too?
Yeah,
Really?
I thought you was a guy.
Wow. Like, how many
man,
people have
that's
thought I
sexist,
was
100.
a guy?
No, because of the name. Because of the name. Because we don't hear the voice.
Oh,
Because
okay.
of the name. Because it's a dude's named Della too, and they from back east or something like that. And I'm like, and I'm hearing them talking to you. This is the first time I ever heard your voice. I'm like, okay, she legit.
Okay.
You know.
I'm 100% woman. Okay.
Yeah, but we didn't know. I never talked. So I'm like, no, but I never would if you wasn't or not. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I get it. I get
But I'm like,
it.
I'm like,
Bro, Unlimited will never live that down. When
huh?
Unlimited did that,
Oh, yeah. Limited. Yeah.
What do you do? What do you do? I can stay up now. All right. What do you do? I
Oh,
can.
Unlimited's like,
man. He
yeah,
started all this. He thought I was a guy. So he was
yeah.
talking to me like with
Uh,
bros and all that, the terms that he was using. I started connecting the dots and say, wait a minute. This is like the third time he's addressed me like this. I think he thinks I'm a guy. That's what went through my head. I was like, I think I need to clear this up.
Yeah.
I just
no,
didn't think
I
a
be hearing
person, would assume that I was a guy because maybe I type like a guy or something. I don't know.
no because it's people that can sound it's guys that can sound like girls
Right, right.
like that. I just ask a question. I don't care if you're a girl or a man or not. I don't care. I just want you know what I'm saying. I don't want no
I'm a
if
woman. Yeah.
if somebody bad if somebody back, I want to sit there and like, you know what, leave that person. You know, I'm a defender. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm like the person fuck with this game. We ain't talking about no motherfucking sexual relations. No, you know, you need some sex. Well, your ass was at. You know what I'm saying? Your ass over there. You was over there. You was at the bar for over there. You know, I'm like I say, I'm a joke actor. I want to smoke, but like I said, I didn't know, and I know you were saying, "Hey, Bone," I'm like, okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I say hi to you every time you come into the
Yeah, and
chat.
I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah. And I'm like, okay, okay. But I'm like, I'm being respectful, but I'm like, but then everybody flock to you. I'm like, let me guide them, boy. I'm like, okay. And then when they said, oh, she don't mind coming in, I ain't never thought. I'm like, I ain't think you was gonna come in the party. I'm like, okay. No, I was like, no, you cool, you knowledgeable, and girl, you need to get you a YouTube channel.
Yeah, yeah. You should assist it. You should consider doing
I thought
commentary.
about it, but I don't know. I'm so busy. I don't know. Maybe
Mm.
one day I might consider it.
What you mean, bitch? You can just do pop in. You can read a pop up.
Yeah, I would have to do something like that because I can't run when I think it's a lot of responsibility, and I know how I am. I would
No,
want
it
to
ain't no
like be very
responsibility.
professional about it and
No,
run it
ain't no
perfectly.
professional about shit. I, can I tell you a story how I got into the little inner circle?
Hmm.
I'll tell you a story. This is live on anywhere. This is exclusive to you know
Okay,
everybody
then.
story already. I used to run with a
Mhm.
bunch of guys, right? When I first got on, right? I'm gonna tell my true life story. I didn't know this was when Google Plus was out. I didn't know people talk about video games like I love about video games, right? I'm a shy guy. You meet me in person, I barely even talk.
You're
So
shy, 100. Really, you run really.
I am I don't talk. Trust me, even in my office, they better hear too much about me. So I'm sitting here, and the homegirl put me on. It's like, hey, this and that, and I'm like, damn, I can do this shit myself. Cause I'm not because my dad and all them people don't understand. My dad used to be a preacher, so um, everybody was like, why you ain't in public speaking? Public speaking, I can talk to the homies, but like, how can I do that in the public? And then I do have a little stuttering problem, and I got dyslexia to a certain extent. So I'm like, how can I run this through? I'm like, I ain't doing this shit. So when I got on YouTube, I ran with them guys, and I started ripping people off, and that's what brought me on. Like I used to, we talk about video games, and then we start ripping people grandmas to the ends off. But it was comedy at the time. It wasn't nothing serious. Nobody took nothing serious. And then all of a sudden, the justice police kicked in, and I'm like, you can't say this, can't say that, and I'm like, I'm not finna stop what the fuck I'm finna say.
Hmm.
You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Yeah, my dad used to call his brother a sissy. He was a sissy, even though they called him a sissy. Why can't we talk about saying these words? Well, that's wrong until the ill. I don't care about the people with the letters. My uncle was born with the letters. I don't care. Why we can't say jokes about each other? Why the people with the letters can crack jokes on us? You think I'm gonna sit there and say this is the straight masculine land? What's wrong? That's what got us. That's what broke us out. We could used to say anything we wanted to say,
Right.
and it got to. And I live in America. I forgot that how we're getting censored.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah.
Like I hate that. People. You like Charleston is my hero right now. He don't give two because Charleston is me. That's people. Somebody was like, man, you got Charleston out of you. No, I really don't. And found out he lived down the street from my auntie. But I don't. My thing is, I don't want to do what Charleston do. I want to do something make it. I like to take parts from this, and that, and try to mix it up, make it funny, do something. You know, Dave Chappelle wouldn't be Dave Chappelle unless he took from what Eddie Murphy, all this other stuff. Let's make this stuff. Everybody take this shit too serious. This shit is video games. If you say a person kissing a video game, I don't care. That's what that's their art, and that's how they feel they want to do. Do I agree with it? No. Do I tell you not to buy the game? No. and that's what I have to learn into the game. Is you got to break, and everybody want to be your friend. Like Dilla, you get on there, everybody gonna be your friend. Oh, that's a woman. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. They gonna you might get blessings. You think I'm bullshitting? The homegirl Rose jumped on this bad boy about I could say about almost a year ago. They bought her kids stuff. They're seeing two rented titties. I mean, I ain't gonna call them her natural titties. They're seeing what she looked like. They went to war. And I'm like, Rose, you know you wrong for that shit. She said, man, you gonna take that shit down? Like, can I get uh shoot, can I get that gift card? I want to go to Target. I want to give me some edible fruit. What you mean? And I ain't trying to smoke. So I eat great. I want to put something in my salad. What you talking about? See, that's what I want to have. People don't have that. We don't have that as a community. White people can do it. Well, why we can't do
Well, we used to.
it? See? I'm like Sacred Fair. I want Sacred Fair. I'm like, hey, what a rock. You know what I'm saying? If we go WWE right now, I'm like, oh, they got Sokoa. I'm like, well, I got Sacred Forever. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna break the bloodline up because I know they catch someone. Like everybody don't think I watch everything. I watch stuff, but they're like, well, your persona. Yeah, my persona is I don't give two fucks because I have to be that way because I got burnt off the internet by become guys, a group of guys. These not the guys. They've been there with me from day one. That's why I don't mind sitting at one about 2 o'clock in the morning talking with them. I don't care.
And I appreciate it.
I don't care because that's my brother right there. My brother tell me, hey, shoot, man, I'm short on the game. I got him, no problem. And I don't tell the world what I do. See, that's what people want. I'm not a clout chaser. Well, let me tell my ass something, man. Man, say you have a beautiful night. Cause I'm gonna have everybody up all damn night. I'm preaching tonight. Tell them we got to pay for it. $24.99 for the rest of it. But say if you all, if Dale, if you want to come on tomorrow,
I can't guarantee I can. I will
I
see.
said if you up, if you no, I'm
Yeah.
saying you're welcome, always welcome. Like, hey, give me
Okay.
that. And I'm like, all right. We know you already know my characters is my characters lost flipping them, but I mean, you guys have a grateful, beautiful night, man.
You too. You take
All
care and
right,
have a
brother.
good night.
Take it easy, man. Thanks for coming on, 100. Yeah, so yeah, I know it's a lot to take in.
Mm-hmm.
But it's definitely I was telling Unlimited them that too. Is like, yeah, if they can add you to the podcast. But I know how it is. I know, we got lives and stuff like that. So this is,
Yeah, it's a proper balance and
yeah, and that's
yeah.
hard for me as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I feel your pain because and so like how everybody we were talking about earlier. Like for me, the only reason I do this is basically just on principle. If I'm being
Oh,
totally
really?
honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because like Hunter said, why do we care so much? And I normally don't, but then when I get bothered by something, I gotta kind of speak up on it. So that's why I do the podcast. So
That's actually why I came on to, I was asked a few times and I was wondering, I don't know, nobody's going to want to hear me.
no.
But I realized that people were engaging in what I was saying in the chat. So I said, well,
Yeah.
I guess I'll try this time and really get things, try to give my point of view of things and stuff, maybe bring a different perspective. And just to bring up that point real quick, when I said that, I definitely get you don't want to rehash the same story over and over again. Definitely
Yeah.
understand that. That's not exactly what I meant. I meant like just if it's in the moment, and you're talking about this subject that maybe you can find different angles to bring something new to the table or hear different perspectives, and that's how you can differentiate yourself from another podcast or what somebody else might be doing. That was basically what I meant when I
Oh
said
no.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, 100% understand
Hmm.
because that's what it is, right? Because and then if you do a channel, right, it's basically for your audience anyway,
That's true.
right?
Yeah.
So if somebody doesn't agree with you, and that's the problem I find with society today. I think I'm not gonna date myself, but I'm just gonna be honest, right? It's just I'm just used to like if you didn't like what people said, you just moved on.
That's
You know what
that's
I'm
what
saying?
I'm used to. Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
it's
I
just like
still
okay,
do that. Like, well, it's
yeah, me
harder
too.
now because some people are confrontational and they won't just
Yes,
leave you
yes,
alone. Now you have people chasing other people down if they don't like what they say or how they think.
hmm
I'm not like that. I usually can leave people alone if they ask me to, or if I realize that our conversation is not really going anywhere, I can walk away. I'm fine with that.
right, right, yeah,
I'm
yeah. So
I'm okay
100,
with other people having different opinions, basically.
yeah.
So,
For me, what I like about you is that you have a voice. But and I'll credit Other Zinc because Other Zinc is always because I love the chats, right?
yeah,
I
me
love the
too.
chats
Yeah.
in the group, even if I'm not on the guy's podcast, which I try and make it on when I can, but again, the hour difference. But if I can and I'm listening on the go, but I always try and at least keep up with what the chat's saying.
Right,
And
right,
and so to me, that's where as far as my concern with you, your bona fides, as far as you know the knowledge base and stuff like that. I mean,
right,
again,
right.
right? Like Issa has been, I've been
Yeah, Issa
watching
is
his stuff for a while.
impressive. Yeah, I would say if you did invite him, that would be an interesting one. I wouldn't mind watching that.
Yeah, yeah. You can tell he puts a lot of thought in what he's saying, stuff like that. And I think that's what people see with your content. And then, of course, when you're on with the guys and stuff like that, I think it was just good chemistry. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It was like, especially with Unlimited, like Unlimited, Sega Man, like we all, the one thing I like about the guys is that we all kind of, or just the crew that we're all in, um, is that everybody kind of fits a certain like they're their own little piece of the machinery. If I
Right.
don't
Yeah.
want to say like that seems kind of cool. I don't mean it that way, but like Hebot, of course, he knows a lot of stuff, and then
Very.
Unlimited,
Yeah.
just yeah, yeah, and
Unlimited
Unlimited,
does too, but from a different perspective, I would say.
yeah,
It's like
yeah,
Hebot has a lot of experience to back what he says. So like he may have been there at that time or something. Unlimited is a bit younger, so a lot of times he's more knowledgeable because he investigates
yes, yeah.
subjects. So yeah,
Well,
I like that.
I like Unlimited, and I do agree it's his age. I like Unlimited because he makes me think of things differently because of my age. You know what I
Oh,
mean? And
okay, yeah, yeah,
from his
yeah.
perspective, I'm like, oh, okay, I understand that. Like,
Right.
that's what I try and do with my kids.
Hmm.
But I don't do it too much because they only teenagers. So, what I
Yeah,
mean, you know what
yeah,
I mean?
good luck. Yeah.
Like they were like my daughter was sick. She didn't want to take the medicine. I was like, dude, this stuff tastes like candy. You have no idea what we had to drink when
Oh
Daddy was growing up.
gosh.
Yeah.
You would think somebody was poisoning you or something.
Oh my God. My
It
daughter
was
just like look.
terrible.
I know. I was like, this thing tastes like bubble gum. I could drink this whole bottle. you know.
Oh gosh.
But yeah, but like you said, right? Like and like for an unlimited, that's why when I listen to him, I'm like, okay, that's from that perspective.
Hmm.
And then E-Rock. So the interesting thing about E-Rock is I've been following him for the longest time. There was a website called OneUp.com, and that's where I actually started following him. And he was just writing at the time. He would write in comments. He'd write little articles and stuff like that.
Okay.
And then eventually he translated he finally came over to YouTube, and that's when I started following him and kind of getting to a little bit know him a little bit better. And of course, I've done podcasts with him and stuff like that. But
Hmm.
so that's what I like about the community. So yeah, I do encourage you if you decide to do the YouTube. I know again at time and stuff like that, but I think you
Yeah.
do have a voice worth listeing. Not that nobody does, but you know what I mean. Your words
Some
carry
people are
weight.
more, yeah, suited. Yeah, I've been told that before.
Yeah,
People, some people it's not about speech. Well, I guess
yeah,
like right now I know I'm making mistakes. My brain is like on like I can't think. So that's why I've been taking long breaks so I can kind of gather my thoughts again. But
right, right,
because I do a lot of thinking. Um I don't know, a lot of things go through my mind, and sometimes I can't always articulate the way I want it to come out. I can type it easier than I can actually express it in words,
right,
but
right.
um and that's because I'm thinking so far ahead and just a lot of stuff jumbles in my head. But yeah, I
Well, I knew
definitely get
that.
what you're saying. I'm sorry.
I knew that the first podcast you did. I
Hmm.
know you're a little. I could tell you're nervous.
Right.
But
Yeah.
but as you got comfortable, yeah, it was as you got comfortable, I could tell like, oh, okay, yeah, because Unlimited kind of was the same way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
And
didn't
yeah.
I didn't know if there was rules or anything, and I realized, oh, they're just talking.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's
Okay.
not scripted. I didn't know. I wasn't aware,
Okay.
and I thought, well, maybe you can't say certain things, and I've seen people like have these rules, and but it's not like that. They just really just talk, and let you get your points out, and it's really easy to do. Honestly, I think I was surprised by that, and I was like, oh, I can do this.
Yeah.
Once I did it once, I was like, okay, I can do this.
Well, I definitely think you earned it too. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes when like I used to be on podcasts before, and I feel really bad because sometimes I'd be on the podcast and I'd be like, okay, you can tell when it doesn't fit or when it does or doesn't fit, right?
Right.
And
Yeah.
maybe you're doing it as a favor to a friend, which
Right.
is fine, right? But yeah, once I think you definitely, to me anyway, I think you definitely earned that spot. So
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
yeah, it was really good listening to the commentary. Because what I do is I basically I know 100 was saying we'd be doing 100 podcasts. I'm happy for that because I don't listen to any. I'll be honest with you. And when I do, it's usually because I have to get some information for the podcast, which is
Right.
why I only do it every other week because I can't really listen to a lot of people because they're just not. They're so dishonest, with the reporting.
Oh man, I don't
Yeah,
even want to tell you how many people I unsub from because
yeah, I'm the same way. Yeah.
I do, I try to tell people where I came from because I want them to understand my perspective. I'm
Hmm.
basically, to sum it up, um, I've been gaming for a long time. This is going to date me.
Oh,
and
okay.
I've done everything from arcade gaming to console
Hmm.
gaming to PC gaming. I've been all over the place with gaming, and it wasn't easy for me because a lot of girls didn't game back then. The
Yes.
things I
Yeah.
was interested in, like I was
Hmm.
interested in things like Transformers and I like some of the girly stuff growing. I don't know if you know remember those shows or anything, but I like mechs and stuff, things like with
Mm.
machines and stuff. I was really into stuff like that. I love those shows. To this day, I still love those shows, like those old. I have some of them. I bought some. I really love those old mech shows and stuff. And then as time went on, so I like Gundam. I like Macross. If you're into anime and things, like I was
Yeah.
into it back when you had to like get somebody's bootleg copy of a VHS and watch
Yes.
it.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
the old.
those
Yeah.
was
That's
the
old school.
days. Yeah.
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
was it was underground back then, but boy was it was fun, and it was something new, and I really loved it. And so I was into things that a lot of other girls really wasn't. They didn't
Mm.
express being into those type of things, and the stuff, I was kind of bored with them. Sometimes I played with the guys and play a little try. I called myself, even though I was skinny and everything, I would play football too. I want to play, the guys would just look at me, and then they would ignore me after a while. Nobody would put me on their team. It was, because I didn't really understand. Oh, it's a fundamental difference between a girl and a guy. I didn't
Yeah.
understand that. I thought I could do whatever they was doing, not in a feminist way, but like, just not understanding because I was young.
It was
And
such a different time too back
it
then.
was, you could be,
Yeah.
yes, you can, it was more innocent,
Yeah. We were
wasn't
more naive.
perfect.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. So yeah,
Yeah.
so
I
I
know.
got
I know
into
what you're saying.
things like that. I'm sorry.
No, no, no. Go ahead. I'm
Go ahead.
sorry. Yeah, I totally agree. 100%. Well, that's the way I was. I actually thought girls had cooties when I was growing up, but that's just
Oh
me.
yeah, yeah. Oh gosh, I remember that word. Oh
Get
man,
away!
yeah.
Don't touch me.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah, that takes me back. Oh man. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's how I got into. I loved gaming from early on. I don't know what it was. It just clicked with me, and
What was your
I
first console? Was it Atari
man,
or Nintendo?
I first played on the Atari,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
and I didn't own it, but I was around people who had games because my family, I come from a big family,
Mm-hmm.
so my dad had to prioritize things, and it's 6 siblings among my family, and
Mm-hmm.
so he had a big family to take care of, and so unfortunately, my parents was like, I don't know where they got this mindset. As I was growing up, they hated games. They didn't like them,
Oh no, yeah,
and
that's yeah, like,
that was, I think that was
yep.
consistent appearance in the 80s or
That's
something. I don't
it's a
know.
waste of time. It's a waste of money
Yeah,
when you play it. Yeah.
they thought it dumbed you down. So my parents
Hmm.
had a philosophy that I was not allowed to have a lot of toys that other kids, like I didn't own a Barbie. I never owned any of that because they bought educational toys.
Yeah,
They were
yeah,
heavily into that. They felt that if they got me something, I had to get something of benefit from it.
yeah.
And I was allowed to choose only two things that didn't have anything to do with education. And that was hard because I got bullied over that. I got people joked about,
Oh yeah, yeah,
I had books, and I was, like, games that they would give me were board games that taught you things like memory, because it helps enhance your memory, operation because of hand-eye coordination and so, I mean, everything I had to have a benefit to it. It was crazy, and I hated that. I hated that so much. And my parents still talk about that, like, we raised you right. They still believe in it, but I hated it, but now I look back and I understand,
oh
um
definitely, yeah,
I get it, and I did pretty well in school, so I think I understand it, but I hated it as a kid. So I didn't have a lot of toys I can really turn to, so I had things like TV, and I had friends who had games, and so I could play
yes,
there.
yeah.
That's how
We
I
also
did
had
it,
that friend. Yep. No,
yeah.
no, yep. Me and Heba, we laugh about that all the time because I couldn't. My grandmother, we didn't have money, and I
Right.
wouldn't even think about that. It's like that like video when your parents, story parents, you just keep your mouth shut. You don't
Right.
you don't
Yeah. Yeah.
right? You ain't gonna get nothing except you're gonna get cracks. That's what we say in Hawaii. We get cracks
Right.
because
Yeah.
just keep your mouth shut. Push the cart. Don't run into don't run into my heel. I did that to my grandmother. She beat me right in the grocery store. But it was just our parents and our grandparents are just a different generation. So I definitely understand what you're saying. But yeah, we always
Yeah.
had that one friend. That one
Oh
friend we
yeah, that
bonded with.
everybody went to play their stuff. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Oh man, that's how I think the first game I played that just played briefly was Nintendo, but I don't know why. I don't have any faults against Nintendo. I was never really drawn to the Nintendo system ever. I fell in love with Sega. I was a Sega girl growing up.
Oh yeah, me too.
And
I'm big. Yep.
robotics and go. Yes, I remember that. Yes, I do. I
Dude,
watched all that stuff.
my grandmother, because I did well in school, she was actually
Mhm.
gonna buy me a Transformers.
Oh
And
wow.
I remember we went to the toy store. I was so excited, and we were walking down the aisle, and it was funny because I saw this basket bin of toys on clearance, and it was GoBots,
Oh,
right? And it was
GoBot.
like,
See,
yeah, so you could buy like three for like $5.
right,
And I
right.
saw that. So when I saw my grandmother was coming, I tried to push her off on the other aisle to walk past that because I know if she saw that, she would have bought me that instead of the Transformers. And then my grandmother just ended up, oh, move out of the way. She walked by, she goes, hey, what is this? And I was like, oh, grandma, that's a GoBots. And she goes, oh, is this what you want? I goes, no, grandma, I want the Transformer. It's right there. I want to get sideswiped. I think my grandmother goes, looks at the thing. She looks at the Transformer. Look at this. She goes, but they're the same thing. And you know what that means, right?
Oh gosh, it means you're
Yeah,
not gonna get what you want.
yeah, because these are cheaper, right?
Yeah,
And then
right, right.
so basically, my grandmother was like, well, we're gonna get this, and I looked at my grandmother, and it's the first time I ever did this. And I looked at her and I said, no, no, grandma, I want to get the Transformers. And she's like, well, how about you get nothing? And then I looked at her and I said, okay, I won't get nothing. And man, I'm surprised she just didn't beat me in the store because the
Wow.
look on her face.
I would be
That's the first
alive if
time.
I said that.
Well, because the bad thing about it, right, is if I go to school at GoBots, you're just gonna be made fun of, right?
That's true. That
It
was the
was just,
bootleg transform.
yeah, yeah.
You're right. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that's true. Yeah.
my grandmother already dropped me off in this '84 Buick Regal that the brakes would squeak, the windows were broken, the upholstery was hanging down. We'd have to staple it up, right? So, which that didn't bother me, but I looked at, I was like, "There's no way I'm gonna go to school with cobots because I will not be able to survive."
Right. Yeah, you'd be on like a milk carton somewhere. You
Yeah,
if you went to school.
so the kids were brutal
Oh,
back then. Like the kids got it so easy. The kids back when we were growing up, they was look, they were brutal.
They were, yeah, yeah. I mean, I think people get off easier today. I mean,
Yeah, I
you
think
say
so.
something that hurts somebody. Back then, you had to have a tougher skin, you know?
Yeah. Well, like my son was telling me there's bullying at his school, and then I try and listen to him though, and I was like, well, what do you mean by that? Like, is somebody punching you, beating you up, and it's kind of like, oh no, they just kind of make fun of you, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, are you okay? He's like, yeah, I'll be okay, and I was like, okay, well, that's good, because I mean, I man, I remember getting mobbed.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, but if a fire boss, are you gonna come in or oh, what did you say there? Fire boss, you're an NES gamer. Yeah.
That's surprising because I noticed a lot of people from Xbox were Sega at some point. A lot of them.
Yeah.
I know not all of them, but I was surprised by that because I mean, from some people, they think the Sega was terrible. But I loved Sega. I loved I love the ingenuity of their games. Oh man, that was such a great company. Great time in gaming for me.
Well, like you were saying, like growing up in the arcades, right? And
Yeah, I
they
did.
were, yeah, they were
Yeah,
so,
that's where I
that's so much
started.
stuff. Yep.
Yeah. It's
You
just
could,
that
man.
you can only afford so much gaming with that. I blew like, oh man, I they made so much money off of me. It was terrible. I would spend so much money in the arcade though, but and there's something about arcades to this day. It's just I feel sorry for people who've never been into one because it's something about the atmosphere when you get a bunch of gamers that come there, and then you may have like a competition going on there. People, exchanging money for bets. It was just so much fun. And you wonder, and you see some incredible gamers. Like some of the best gamers I've ever seen were in arcades. Like their skills, like they spent all their time just perfecting their skills. Not
Oh
saying
yeah.
that that doesn't happen on console and all that. That of course that does, but it's just something about the atmosphere of arcade that
hmm
I really loved back in the day.
that
It's
yeah, that face to face, the connection of being there and stuff like that.
right,
The
and the
high
group of
score was
people.
awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh gosh. And another thing too, something about the game was great too. The way they had to develop those type of games because an arcade game is very different from a console game, you
Yes.
know.
Yep.
And I don't know. It's something I can't quite put the right words to it, but yeah, I get really giddy talking about arcade gaming because I really loved arcade gaming. I dated going to arcades and stuff. Oh man, yeah, I'm kind of nerding myself out there, but yeah, I mean, now you see why, like as a girl, I was just like I was not able to connect to a lot of other girls because they didn't like the same thing. I mean, I had friends, but they just never connected to me like that. Guys was into those type of things, and so
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
was just way more fun for me to spend time with guys and gaming and stuff. It was just so much fun.
Well, it's funny because my daughter, I forgot what movie we were watching, and they showed an arcade, and there was like a bunch of kids where guys and girls were in, and it's supposed to be during my time. And
Hmm.
my daughter kind of looked at me. She goes, "Oh, Dad, was it like that?" I'm like, "Nope."
No, it wasn't. No.
No, not at all. And that's what I tried to, because my daughter, it's interesting. My daughter, then she's kind of nerdish, kind of
Hmm.
geeky. But
Hmm.
it was just we were a different type of nerd and geek, than what they have because it's so much easier. It's so much cooler now, right? And it's so acceptable. And when we were growing up, it was not that way at all. I mean,
That's true. You had to
yeah,
hide that, if
yeah,
you was a geek back then, oh man, you was like ostracized. Nobody would be around you if you was like
yep,
that.
yep, exactly.
So yeah.
Just real quick, hey, Fire Boss, are you there?
Good evening and good morning.
Yes.
Hello, hello.
Fire Boss, I don't know. This is Dea. Dea, this is Fire Boss.
Oh no,
Not sure if you guys know.
Yeah, I'm
I,
familiar with Miss Dale.
yep, yep.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good. Good. Sorry, brother. I thought I sent you the link. I guess I didn't, but I'm glad you're able to come in.
Hmm.
Thanks for popping in.
Oh no, it's all good, man. I just happen to just like been perusing around YouTube because I've been just looking at the fallout of like, well, I guess you say like the after effects of everybody's little opinions and everything. And
Yeah.
Right.
just like you said about probably I guess like what like maybe 30 or so minutes ago is like I don't side with everybody's opinions, but I'll pop in just to kind of like hear what kind of like like BS they spewing out,
Right.
and but it's usually about trying to get perspectives. You know, that's usually what I look at. I don't like just slapping down a wall and that's it, that's me, that's you, and fold my arms and just like the old man on the porch. the old
Yeah.
the old cranky white guy on the porch and stuff like it's like that. It's like
Get
I'm
off
just
my lawn.
yeah, it's like I'm gonna hear you out, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna side with you.
Right.
And and it's like I mean, I don't know, like I said, I'm sure y'all probably already covered it when when Bone was in here earlier and stuff like that. But it's like I'm looking at the fallout that everybody going on this thing with Brad Smith's wording, and it's funny because me and Legal, we joked about it and stuff on a phone call. See, I said, the only thing that I'm afraid of with this wording he used, because I know what he meant. I know
What
he
did he
meant
say?
on the Call of Duty.
Right. I did
No,
too. Yeah.
when he sent out that notice,
Mhm.
saying that we're trying to get more games over to other systems,
Okay, okay. Well,
and
I'll put this up real quick so you can and
Yeah.
we'll talk
Yeah. The
about
article. Yeah. That was
yeah.
highlighted
Well,
on
this
it.
is the one I found on the. I wanted to talk about that. I'm sorry, Fireboss, but I'll definitely continue. But I wanted to kind of talk about that because a lot of people are saying when they did the deal, and then now all Xbox games and all that stuff. But okay, go ahead, Fireboss.
well, this is actually for the Switch. The Nvidia one
Right.
makes
Oh, I
sense.
see. Okay.
Yeah, because the Nvidia one is mainly for whatever Xbox games are on PC. But
Right.
here's the thing, though, whereas a lot of the mules, like the so-called, try to weaponize it, you kind of notice that got killed real quick, and because some of them had to stop to use their brains and realize, wait a minute, it doesn't matter because the Nvidia acts like a acts like a computer in the cloud.
Yeah.
So
It does.
Yeah. Yeah.
you're still guess what, using Xbox Game Pass PC. They're still installing it off of Steam, just on a cloud based PC.
Right.
You're still buying it
Well,
and installing it from the Windows Store on a cloud based PC. So it's like, man, sit your asses down.
And you know what? Just to add to that, dude, that's why the regulators are. I know I rant about the regulators, and I'm glad that our people are finally beginning to realize why having like the government, like the regulators as they are really bad because they don't really understand the industry or the technology at all. So
mhm.
That's
Microsoft is kind of
basically it.
giving this as a carrot to them, which is basically, but what you're saying, right, is exactly that. It's not really a carrot. It's addressing their concerns, right? And Microsoft is more than happy to do that. But again, like you're saying, just the lack of knowledge that people have. And I'm not saying I'm the most tech savvy guy out there, but I mean, if people just like Unlimited always says, just do a little bit of research. You can Google stuff, right?
But
So
look,
Mhm.
definitely,
may I add
okay,
something to that?
sure,
Look,
though.
Microsoft doesn't do anything without having gain in it. They're getting
Yes,
everything they want, and nobody sees this.
yes,
Microsoft wants to be
Well,
everywhere. They want
yes,
to be. Look, they're using Nvidia now. They have access with their
yes,
games to Nvidia's
but,
own customer base.
but
They're.
the
yes.
one, yep. But the
I'm
one
sorry.
thing. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
I was just I'm gonna pile on with you on that. I'm gonna throw some wood on your fire as well.
Okay.
Since we since we in this big bonfire gathering here. They're like, do a little dance. Ooh, sugar, sugar. Yeah. But yeah, to add to it, it's like, cause see, everybody take, like what you're saying. Everybody takes that as, oh, they're getting out the hardware game. They're getting out. It's over. They're reeling. They're reeling. And it's like, man, just like you have no idea how idiotic you sound.
Right.
It's like, see, this is why you sitting at your PC in your mom's basement or your mom's attic
Hmm.
and
Mhm.
not running a $2 trillion company,
Yes.
because everybody seems to. It's like, here's the thing. All right. Um, if Zinc was here, Zinc would probably disagree with me too, because running business is like it's like the old model of a Reese's cup. There's no right or wrong way.
Right.
The only right way is that you gain something.
Yeah,
Right.
money.
It
Right.
doesn't have to be money. That's the thing. It could be things such as knowledge and resources.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And but the most important thing that we're seeing nowadays, the most profitable thing seems to be mind share and engagement.
Right.
All right. Now,
Mm.
here's the thing. Over a year ago in an interview, Phil made it clear saying that
Yes,
no,
thank you. I was gonna
we're,
bring that.
we're not getting out of the hardware business. Yeah, sure, we're trying to expand more in the cloud, but we're not going to stop. Because I'm trying to remember who it was, who the dumbass was that asked him that. But because actually this was over a year ago, because this is around the time frame that he was starting to get really. He at first he was kind of like like laughing along and everything, but then
Right.
after a while when the is it coming to Switch? Is it coming to Switch? Is it coming to PlayStation? Is it coming to PlayStation? He started to look on his face and he was starting to get irritated,
Right.
and that's where you could see that he was starting to realize and acknowledge that by allowing the Ori gang, Moon Studios, to put Ori on the Switch, that put them in a very bad PR spot moving
Right.
forward.
Right.
Because now every time there's a new game, now see here it is, just acquired Bethesda. There shouldn't be a question as to what's going on with the games from Bethesda. There should never be a question. If it was PlayStation, there wouldn't be no question. If it was
Exactly.
Nintendo, there wouldn't be no question. But because they allowed Cuphead, because they allowed Ori,
Yeah.
because they listened to Notch and allowed Minecraft to stay on other systems, now they're painted in this corner where it's like, is it coming here? Is it coming here? It should come here. I don't know why you're missing all this money on the table. Here's the thing. uh, why should I let you pay for something once when if you want to keep engaging with it, I can charge you every month for a whole year or more,
Right. Right.
Yep.
and then throw in the DLC. Oh, you like pizza? Here you go. Here's some pizza. Oh, you want some pepperoni on it? Oh, well, that's you're gonna have to be charged for that.
Right.
That's the thing, and I know that that's been killing him. Um, Now, the thing with Minecraft, it made sense because it would have been too much of a Herculean effort.
It was already too large at that time. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it made sense.
Yeah.
Um, MDHR, well, the argument with MDHR is that Cuphead never belonged to Xbox anyway.
Right.
Or he
Right.
did, though.
Or yeah. Or
Yeah,
yeah.
You
Great
know,
games, I might add too. I own both of them. That those
yeah,
good
they're
games.
awesome.
oh, yeah, definitely. And so
You know,
like Ryan McCaffrey and so many of them, when it came to the Bethesda games, you could look at Phil's face and he's getting pissed. And it's like you can't express it anymore than, look, man, it's like these are not going anywhere except where Game Pass is. Leave it alone. Let it go. Just
you
let
know
it
what?
go.
One thing I liked, the only thing I probably liked about the Starfield delay was one of the things I'm looking at is when they did that, I was looking at, okay, so this is gonna be the next generation game that they're talking about, right? And
Mm.
that's the thing that would irritate me the most about people that would say, well, like Microsoft, right? Okay, when are you bringing this game? Why don't you bring this game? Or when's Game Pass coming to Switch or coming to PlayStation 5? The thing that irritates me the most about that is why would Sony and Nintendo want Game Pass on their systems? That makes absolutely
They
no
don't.
sense
They
to me.
don't. They don't. I
Yeah,
mean, because a Nintendo gamer is not interested in Game Pass, like
yeah,
Xbox games. And, like I said, I tried to say that earlier that I noticed, I try to bring my perspective too, because I know a lot of people on Xbox that the group that we hang around with are just console people, but I am also a PC gamer and I can
Yes.
bring aspects of that to the conversation. I know people are not interested in that. Not all PC people are bad. I've always been a dual
Oh,
gamer. I have a console and a PC. I always do both. So
I hear you. I used to be core PC as well.
yeah,
But
yeah,
I got after a certain incident while trying to upgrade my power supply and motherboard,
hmm
I was done. And see, I was already
right,
on the fence. I
right.
was already on the fence because I done shelled out
It's
almost
expensive.
entire paychecks,
Yes.
entire paychecks trying to keep up and
Right.
still not get the performances that I want because
Right.
because I'm not getting the right drivers, and God be damned that the component comes with the right drivers,
Right.
or
Yes. A lot.
they're not
Yeah.
updated enough. Or the worst thing, the biggest thing that killed me was, oh, it's got to be flashed. I have bricked three very expensive motherboards trying to flash them just to be able to use the extra RAM slots. I was done.
Wow.
I was done because the thing is, remember, once it comes out that static rack, it's done. You you
Yeah.
you you
Yeah.
cook. And what did it for me, what killed it, and I said, you know what, fuck this. I'm just playing Xbox. I'm done.
Right. And you
Was
know what? I have a plan to, I don't plan to be on PC forever. I think as I get older, I'm going to want to go back to the console solely. I've always owned both, but I get what you're saying because it is a headache. It's a lot of work. There's pros and cons to both, but
Mhm.
I there's aspects I like about PC. Like I pick different games depending on what medium I'm playing. Certain games I love on console better, and then there's certain games I prefer more on PC better. So it just depends on what I'm doing. But
Yeah,
I know how you feel with that because that's the one thing. It is a headache and it's expensive. It makes gaming
yeah,
even more expensive. So only
yeah,
certain people can even game on PC if they're going to keep up. So yeah, I get it.
yeah, and that's what I was trying to explain to one person on Twitter. It's like, look, here's the thing. Not taking anything away from PC, not ever. Okay, it is the most nominal way to get get like the performance and everything. But here I
Right.
said, but here's the deal. I said that line got blurred the moment the Series X was showed on Keeley stage.
That's
Mhm.
true.
That line got blurred already. Second of all, PC will always be the high bar. I'm sorry, that's going to be the high bar of
That's
entry
true. That's true.
Yep.
because here's the big money maker for all these game companies for both Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo. Their biggest money makers is the casuals and the kids.
It is. That's
Mhm.
true. Yeah.
Now we look at the case of like say like Sega Man, where his kid is like like very bright, and he built his own gaming rig and everything like that. But and I think he's I can't remember what he said, if he was like 13 or something like that. Do you remember what he said? Sega Man, Sega Forever.
Yeah, I can't remember, dude.
Yeah, he's young, but you look at like say like my little brother who's you know you know 14 going on 15. He doesn't know squat about building a computer. Matter of fact, he has zero interest in building a computer. He just
Right.
wants to sit down, hit the button on the controller, and
Mhm.
boom, he's away he goes.
Well, I'll say this because my son, I've lost him to PC and Steam. So, so
Yeah.
what it is, their friends are also an influence on
Yeah,
where they go.
That's true
So I saw
too.
that with my son.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. In my brother's case though, his friends are on PlayStation, so
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
you
so he
know,
might gravitate towards that then. Yeah, your friends
yeah,
will influence that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
that's already where he's at.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
The only, the only thing that pulls him back and forth to the Xbox is Game Pass, and that's it. So
Okay.
he'll jump in to play like Fortnite on there or something like that because I got him the Series X, so he has all the little Unreal Engine 5 bells
Mhm.
and whistles. going.
Yeah, right. Because what
Yeah.
Microsoft is the only
Yeah.
one doing current gen games right now. So I guess if
Mhm.
he's interested in that,
Yeah.
although I gotta say I don't mean to change the subject. I'm frustrated with the things that I'm hearing about. Somehow the Series X can't perform. This thing is powerful. I
Oh,
own
yeah.
the Series X,
I
so I don't
Mhm.
know what's going on with that. Why are games not running well on the Series X, or is it the S? I'm
is
a bit confused about that.
it's the
From
same.
what
It's
I,
the same.
yeah.
It's the same situation, like what we've been hearing regarding like as to why like certain developers want just want like Xbox to like stop using their own engines and let them use Unreal Engine 5 and all this stuff like that. And but yet, what do we see at this at the directors the developers direct? What do we see
Hmm.
Forza doing
Man,
now?
yeah, Forza is doing some
4
incredible stuff.
4K 60 with in-game ray tracing,
Ray
not
tracing, yeah.
not photo mode ray tracing, not parked off to the side ray tracing, looking at your car, but in game reflective and global illumination ray tracing
Hmm.
in action on track at locked 4K 60. And then of course, you got people like, oh, I bet it's dynamic. What if it is? That's still monumental
It
that they're
is.
able to
Hmm.
get ray tracing in there with 60 frames. That's still monumental. And in an interview, they mentioned that I guess for the Series S, it's going to be 1080p 60 with the ray tracing.
Wow.
Hmm. Yeah,
Wow.
the
So
Series S, 'cause I have both as well. I have the X and the S.
yeah.
Because luckily I live in Hawaii and this is PlayStation land. So
Oh
so I was
yeah.
able to get my console, right? So yeah, you know that Firebus. But yeah, the S is a powerful. It's an amazing console. It
Yeah.
really
But
is.
the thing is, this generation alone is going to be. I'll put it like this: it's not just with the regulators around the world, but it's going to be with the gaming community and the gaming business altogether. That a whole lot of people and a whole lot of things are about to get exposed.
Oh.
Oh yeah, there's exposing going on all the
Yeah,
time now.
yeah. There's about to be a lot of developers that everybody sat there clapping hands for and everything. That's about to get exposed because people are gonna start realizing like, man, you guys, we champion you guys as wizards, and you know, you got player characters falling from the world maps
Yeah.
into the void, and
Hmm.
you can't use the full power of this 600 plus something dollar box that I just had to buy off of a scalper. um your SSD that you bragged about ain't really doing anything. It's like
Yeah.
but then we're looking over here at the Xbox, at their trash box, and they got their Halo. Because here's the thing: people can see, and this is me. I'm not even a Halo player. All right,
Okay.
I've tried it a little bit. I try to get into it. It's not. I'm not a shooter guy. That's the thing. I'm
Oh,
not a
okay.
shooter guy.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm more RPG and adventure and JRPG. That's more me.
Okay.
That's why I keep hoping and praying for the day that Phil is going to finally talk to Sakaguchi and
Oh,
let this man come back home before he peace signs out.
yeah, because we're
Like
getting a
Shinji.
lot of retirements and stuff for these old Japanese developers and stuff,
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
They're starting
but
to leave.
yeah, and but the thing is that for say what you want about Halo and everything like that,
Hmm.
that game has launched maybe incomplete because it didn't have a lot of stuff that it should have had, or at least it was, we were made to believe it would have.
Hmm.
But that Joker clocks in, locked in 60 frames.
That's right.
It clocks in, locked in 120 frames if your TV or your monitor can handle it.
And I played it at
Hmm.
that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And
The only problem I saw with Halo was the live service part of it.
yeah,
And it was their first time. It was their first
Th-
time doing
that's what I've said.
yeah,
Look, that that's the they're learning and they didn't have
it.
any
Yes.
experience with that.
Nope.
I'm not saying it's an excuse, but people have to put things into context. It's not like they've been doing live service games forever. They haven't. This is their first time and they were
Yeah,
going to
it's their
make
first
some
time.
mistakes.
hmm
And but I'm telling you now that I believe moving forward, and notice I'm seeing a change already. Now the content is starting to come out more regularly. You see it, and it's
Hmm.
leaps over the last content. Did you guys just see the latest
yep,
trailer?
that's right.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I thought that was fantastic. And now you're starting to see more story elements come back in and stuff. So they're
Yeah.
getting back on track. I knew they would. That's such a 343 is a good development team. I
Yeah.
don't care what anyone
343 is
says.
yeah. 343 is awesome. I love them.
And and you two, what's so funny? Now, when I said I was cruising around, when I
Mhm.
realized that Sega Forever was live and everything, and it had the little echo symbol next to his name and everything.
Oh,
Right.
did it?
Yeah, I just came off of was it like Rand's little thing with him and Jez, who I
Oh,
I,
yeah,
I
those
can't
two.
stand him.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, here it
Say it,
is.
bro. Say it.
I mean, here it is. It's like, oh yeah, it looks like they launched a new trailer, new season 3, woohoo. I mean, no energy, no excitement, and
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
whole time,
I don't listen.
Rand is just bagging on it, like, oh well, if it ain't um what do you said it was no battle royale, I'm not interested. They lost me. They lost me forever, man. That game is that is like, I don't even know how to even bringing people back. And I'm like thinking to myself, like, why are you even calling yourself the Xbox 2 anymore? Why do y'all still even it's offensive.
It
All
is.
right.
It
It is.
absolutely is. And
Yeah.
I'll come out and say, and I'm honest to how I feel. If I'm wrong, they can prove me wrong. But I don't think first off, Jess comes off as a Nintendo guy. I never thought he was an
Oh yeah.
Xbox guy.
Yeah.
And I think that's what he should be
What
doing is a Nintendo show, not an
what
Xbox show.
what
And as
rubbed me
for
wrong with him was he went into a rant about
uh-huh.
the United States armed forces, and I'm a vet, and Sega Forever tell you I'm a veteran. Well, actually, I
Yeah.
believe both of us are veterans.
Yeah.
Oh
I'm a
wow.
veteran too. Yeah.
Well,
I'm a
thank you
vet too.
for your service. I
You,
Oh,
absolutely
thanks,
honor
Dad.
that. I have them. I've had people serving my family, so.
Oh,
yeah, I
thanks.
mean, yeah. I mean, I appreciate it, but yeah,
Mhm.
I try not to put that out there to like make people like say, oh,
No,
like bend the
but
knee. It's like
I
no, but
appreciate that though, because that's a
yeah,
sacrifice not only for you but your families. That people don't.
Mhm.
A lot of people don't understand that. The time that you give up for our country, that can't be. You can't get that back. And then your families. Whether if you had kids, young kids during that time or whatever, you sacrificed a lot. So you don't have to
yeah,
serve in a war either to be appreciated. That's how I feel about that. I'm sorry. Go
yeah, yeah.
ahead.
Thanks, but yeah. So
What did
he
Jess
went,
say?
yeah, he went into this rant about like how we like using drones to go over there bombing, bombing homeless kids in the Middle East, and how
Wow.
he can.
Wait, isn't he
Oh my
British?
God.
But he's British, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
And,
dude. I
and and
remember
that's what I
playing.
said.
I
That's what I
remember
said in
playing
the chat.
COD. No, but
That's what I
I
said.
remember playing COD with these guys, dude. They had. I remember when COD was first came out, like Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3. Like these dudes had like a serious chip on their shoulder, and it was kind of funny. I mean, I'm sorry, not to cut you off, Fire Boss, but I just because it is, it's that I don't know.
Yeah,
They just had this chip on their shoulder about that kind of stuff. Anyway, go ahead.
yeah. I don't get what it is myself, and kind of. I mean, not to be cold or anything, but I kind of don't care.
I
But
don't either.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
but the thing is like I'm not going to slam your military because there's no telling what y'all had to go through and
Mhm.
everything, and it's like I have friends who didn't come back and stuff like that,
Right.
and
Right.
it's like man, and I mean I'm in the chat. I'm like, man, you might want to shut up. You might want to shut the fuck up. I'm telling you, you might want to shut up because you. I said You're not there. I said, what service have you done? Have you done any service yourself? Because even if you did it in your own military, you wouldn't be popping your chops like that. But when you got people who pop their chops like that and they, be a little extra liberal and stuff like that,
Mhm.
that's because you haven't tasted it. You haven't
That's
tasted the
right.
world.
That's right. And
You know,
also, a soldier knows that you taking orders, you're not making policy, and
Yep.
your lives sometimes, if you engage in a war, sometimes you don't personally agree with some of the things that are happening, but you have to be there for your fellow soldiers. The fact is, you might be put in a difficult situation, or your country is put in a difficult situation. You may not like the situation, but that's the nature of the military. That's the nature of a soldier. And it's like he doesn't understand that. You know,
Well,
he's
well,
condemning the whole military. You know,
why was he
yeah.
even talking about this?
Uh, it was something going on. I think because it was a good while back. Matter of fact, I believe
Oh,
it was when the Activision deal was first being talked about and how it had to go through regulation. And
mhm.
he was going into this spewing this whole crap about like how it's going to get passed. The United States government is going to allow it to pass because Microsoft is doing so much stuff for them, like giving them AR glasses for the like pilot drones, the military to pilot drones and bomb all these kids over in the Middle East and stuff like that. I was like, you motherfucker. And
Man, you be
it's
watching too
like,
much movies, man. It's not that easy.
but see, and see, it's funny what Dea said because it was like I always kind of had suspicions, but that drove it home even more to me that, dude, you're not really an Xbox person.
no, I never took him for one.
That's a
Yeah,
lot of
and
the people. That's a lot of people in the gaming media. A lot of these guys come from a generation of PlayStation.
yeah,
That's
and
that's fine, but don't pretend to be an Xbox gamer. What I don't like is that they're
Mm,
disingenuous. I mean, if you're going to be for Nintendo or Play, then go be for Nintendo or PlayStation.
mhm.
Quit
yeah,
pretending. It's like they use the Xbox gamer in order to get some clout. Or so I don't know what they're doing. And I had to unsubscribe to a lot of people
Yeah.
because
mhm,
of this, because I learned, I had to learn a lot once I really got deeper into Xbox because I didn't know. I just didn't. On the PC side of things, it's very different in the console. You guys have a much more tight knit community, and more in particular Xbox, because PlayStation is like a barren wasteland. There, nobody really is in communities there. It's a lot of
I'm,
um
I'm gonna tell
single
you
player
something about that,
games.
but go ahead.
Okay, it's like, for this is my experience. It was a
Mm.
lot of a lot of single player games. Multiplayer games are not heavily supported unless it's COD or something like that. And I was never into COD. I'm not, so that's why even with the
Mm.
ABK deal, I don't care about COD because I don't play COD. But I just it's just a different environment with the Xbox, and it just seems to me that if it's not the gaming media or these fake Xboxers, because I don't believe that some of these influencers, I think some of them are just trying to grow their careers or what
Yeah.
they think is going to be their career. They want to get into the gaming media or something, or other ones are influencers, as um 100 was
100
talking
was
about.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Boy, he was ranting
Yeah.
on that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think they have other agendas, and what I don't like, it hurts the Xbox gamer. They've been through enough. They've had betrayals in their community. They have been,
Hmm.
the whole gaming industry has turned their back. They think it's okay for one company to take games away and experiences away from a whole nother group. How do
Mhm.
they think that's fair? And I look at that and I get angry because I don't like hypocrisy. So
Yeah. Me either.
and that's why I feel more connected with the Xbox gamer in that sense, because I see and can feel what they've been going through, and now I'm experiencing it. Because
Yeah. Yeah.
my preferred console now is the Xbox, and my gosh, I learned all this in a short amount of time. That shows you how blatant it is. But yeah,
Welcome.
I'm
Welcome
sorry.
to the party. Welcome to the party, dear.
Yeah, it frustrates me, but at the same time, I see how strong you guys have been because of it. And I love gaming so much that I don't want that robbed from you. And I don't like what they're doing to the community. But I think that I think Xbox is going to make it right, and that's why I always leave a little word of hope. And I believe that the gamers have been through some of the worst. When I hear about what happened in 2013 and things, so when I
Oh
hear
yeah,
that
it was
and
bad.
to know that the true fans made
Okay.
it through that, I think you guys are going to be okay.
Oh,
But I,
2013 wasn't really the fork in the steak. It was actually afterwards. It was more on the lines of say 2014 and 15 and 16 that
okay,
were the proverbial knives in the steak.
right.
But yeah, but I was just going to say that it's funny because a little bit of thing that to share, which I think I shared this with Sega Forever, is that
Okay,
originally I wasn't an Xbox person. Now it's funny because I was a Sega guy all the way. All right.
right. Okay,
But I was never a Windows person, a Microsoft person.
right.
And
Same.
when they went into the deal with using Windows CE, the power of the Dreamcast, I was like, oh God, I got a bad feeling about this. Oh, I got a bad feeling about this. Oh, why can't y'all do this yourself, Sega? But at the same time, I was one of the ones that I still held Sega's feet to the fire on a lot of dumb shit they pulled.
Right,
Pardon
right.
my French. Such as like, why in the world are you going to release a 32X and then just barely 8 months later, start talking about a doggone Sega Saturn?
Oh yeah, that was bad. Yeah, yeah.
Why in the world would you do that? And then on top of that, make the thing almost near next to impossible to program for. Why
Yeah.
would you do that? Why? And so Dreamcast was like their come up moment, their moment of finally getting it right. And then there was the infighting between them and Sega of America. Because believe it or not, who was really carrying that company? It was Sega of America.
That's what I suspected.
Bernie
That's what I
Stoller and
suspected.
Guess who? The Beast Peter Moore.
Oh, wow.
That's
Okay.
yeah, that's why. See, here's the thing. If you caught that interview when they was doing the Xbox
Yeah,
documentary thing,
yeah, the documentary.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's a reason why Peter Moore has a strong, ugly hatred towards PlayStation.
Mhm.
And that's why I said, that's why I told one side, I'm gonna be honest with you. If just one day he just happened to just, Phil just say, you know what, I'm gonna step away for a bit because y'all are killing me. So I'm gonna tag Peter Moore back in. I said, y'all are fucking done
Wow.
because for that short period of time that he may be in, even if Saudi is like, okay, you're too brutal, you got to go, Sony will be dead.
I don't think Saudi would stop him. I don't think Satya would stop him at all. If you talk about Peter Moore,
Yep,
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I
because
don't think
Yep.
because
Satya would stop.
if you take Peter Moore from 360 times and you give him what Xbox has now, full open wallets, full
Yeah.
backing
Yeah.
to where they're a pillar of Microsoft, no longer that little outhouse that sits outside the back of the office, now a full official pillar. It's done. It's
Mhm.
done. Fork in the steak, done, cooked. It's through.
I mean,
And that,
that's the saving grace for Microsoft though. Is or for Xbox is that they're owned by Microsoft and Microsoft has money.
yeah,
Because
and
That's
see,
true.
that's
yeah,
how it's
me
the
and
case
Deepa
for
talk about
PlayStation.
this all the time. There's a lot of companies that wouldn't be able to weather all this stuff that Microsoft has or that Xbox has gone through. But because
Yeah,
Microsoft is a $2 trillion company, like you said, right? They have that advantage,
yeah, but
which is
see, that was
good,
the
which
case
is
for
good.
PlayStation also. See, PlayStation was fully backed by Sony. That was the
That's
big
true.
difference.
That's true.
Well, the
That
Yeah.
problem
was
with
the
Sony, though, if there's the problem with Sony is that like, I say this all the time because this is what irritates me because not even Sony guys know this and they should, right? But they're not that same company anymore. They don't own all the music. They don't own all the TV electronics. They don't own all those movie studios and stuff like that. They don't have that bank. That's why it's funny to me that a lot of PlayStation guys don't realize how artsy Sony was back in the day with the PlayStation 2 especially, and
Mm-hmm.
especially in going into the three because they had those deep pockets. Well, they're not like that, dude. They're
hmm
getting they're getting destroyed on the electronics front by South Korea and other Asian countries.
Yep.
right? I mean,
Oh
Japan
yeah,
itself,
and,
they
and
don't make their own stuff
Samsung and
anymore.
Samsung hates them.
And
Yeah.
I love Samsung products too.
And yeah, but they need to get their game straight on the TVs though.
yeah, they do,
Yeah,
I agree with that. Yeah.
Well, Samsung
yeah.
basically
But
they kind of became like what Japan used to be, and then with China with the labor force, the cheap labor force and stuff like that. Well, I don't know. China's in trouble too, but
They are.
yeah, but
yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, but the thing is like but get back. Sorry about that, but getting on track though
No, no, I'm
is
sorry.
that I wasn't Xbox because for a yeah I want to say like maybe like a year. So this by then I'm already out of the military and I'm already back here in the States and everything because my last duty station was guess where a good man Sega Forever is.
Yeah. Oh,
And yeah, yep, yep, Castle Grayskull, Schofield Barracks.
wow. It's still there, man. They haven't shut it down yet, so that's good.
Yeah, so I mean, so the thing is like, so I was there for the launch of the Dreamcast because matter of fact, I done already paid for mine. I mean, I skipped the whole line and went straight to the head of the line, getting cussed out to go grab mines and everything. And dude, and Joker tried to play me by taking mines, which was already had the sticky note on it because I already done fully paid for it, and tried to
Mhm.
hide it in the back.
Wow.
Tried to
Wow.
hide it in the back for himself,
Well,
and
where
I
was
just
this?
happened.
Where were you? This
Pro
registered location here?
this was Pearl Ridge,
Yeah,
Pearl
Pearl
Ridge
Ridge.
Mall.
I was
Yeah.
there that night, dude. I was in Pearl Ridge. I was at Pearl
Oh
Ridge, dude.
shoot,
The line wrapped all the way around the top floor. I couldn't believe it.
dude, if you remember a kind of short, stocky, bald headed black guy that walked ahead of everybody in the line, and
Yeah,
everybody was talking shit, that was me.
dude. Hey, can I? Hey,
'Cause I
do
was.
you remember? You remember the layoff of Pearl? Okay, so yeah, this is funny, because this is me and Dale was just talking about how nerds were more nerds back then. And
Hmm.
so there's a line of people. So the way Pearl Ridge is, there's two levels, and so the GameStop is on the upper level, and
Yep.
so it wraps around. So the upper level just wraps around, and so there's this one spot where you can sit down, and so me and my friend went there, and we were kind of there, because we're big nerds. So we were there like really, so we're at the front of the line, and people were showing up not thinking there was going to be a line, and they were dressed up really nice, and they had their girlfriends with them. And so these guys, so what they
Wow.
did was the girlfriends all sat in that area. You know where it is, right? Right by the escalator, bro.
Yep.
So there's that seating area. So all the girls, there's like about 20 girls there. And then all the guys, because I guess they were supposed to go out and they were all at the back of the line, which wrapped all the way down to the other side of the mall. And I was cracking up because these girls were not happy. So they were they were all talking with, but I was standing right there. They're talking about, and they were like, "Oh, but you know how we speak in Hawaii, right? They have the pigeon."
Hmm.
I'm so sorry to get off, but yeah,
Speak, speak,
I remember
speak
that
picture, cuz.
specifically. No, no, but so it's funny that you
Mhm.
said that. Yeah, I was there too that night. 99.99. Yep, that's what it
That's
was.
right. And I mean, I had jokers cussing me out like, "Where do you think you going?" I was like, "I don't pay for mine. I'm showing the receipt and everything." I said, that's what you should have did too.
Yep, yeah, dude.
So I
There's
went,
probably the same guys mad because their girlfriends just sitting in that section.
yeah. So I mean, so I grabbed, so the dude was like, we're all out, man. We're all out. I'm like, how in the world are you all out? I said, I paid for mine, so mine should have been put to the side. And oh, it's been so long, but I can't remember the dude that was the manager at the time.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
I can't remember his name, but I knew because we knew each other on first name basis and stuff. That's how big of a nerd I was. And it's like he just happened to have came back. He was off shift. He happened to come back because he left something,
Yeah.
and he was like, hey Mike, what's going on, man? And I'm like, yeah, man, this motherfucker here saying uh y'all are out of a Dreamcast, and I paid for mine. And he's like, wait a minute, where is this Dreamcast? Because he said everything that was reserved, we put to the side. Where is it?
Yeah. The stick.
And the guy just kept like giving him this odd look. When somebody's up to something, and they're trying to like kind of like give a nod, like wave it off, trying to wave it off. And
Yeah.
so he goes to the back to go get what he came for.
Yeah.
He comes out and he's like, dude, your Dreamcast is right here, because he said here's the sticky note I put on it. So and the dude just kind of just crumbled. And
Wow.
I was
Yeah,
like,
that's
yeah.
that. That's
So
that. That's that. That's the local thing here, bro. Yeah, the cousin, sister, brothers, uncle gonna come pick it up later. Yeah,
mhm.
I, I hated that when I came back to Hawaii. I was like, dude,
Yeah.
that's
But yeah, so I mean, but yeah, I'm sorry, I went off topic too. But yeah, so
no.
anyways, I was yeah. So my only thing was that from what I'm to understand, and Hebot will probably have to be one of the ones to kind of well, no, you should know this too, Sega Forever,
Yeah.
is that as Peter Moore explained, all Sega of Japan had to do was hold out for one more year.
Mm,
Well, actually, not even for one more year. All they had to do was hold out for Christmas that year. That's all they had to do was make more units for Christmas, and Sega would have been fine. They refused to do it. They refused to do it. And see the thing is, I always keeps telling people is that I feel bad for poor Okawa-san, who was the CEO at the time, the chairman at the time
mm,
of Sega
mm.
Japan. I feel bad for him because the dude had to fight a losing battle, not just with Sony, but with his own damn board of directors and investors.
Well,
Wow.
that's how powerful Sony was, and that's why I love
Yes.
what's going on right now, right? With the AKB deal, because you could pull that off with other people. You can't do this to Microsoft,
The man,
right?
the poor guy died. I mean, it's like he died of heart um complications. But you might as well just say, as corny as it sounds, I'm gonna put it out there. The dude died of a broken heart because he loved that company.
Wow.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
he loved that company because he nearly sunk his entire family fortune into trying to keep Sega afloat. And it's like he couldn't get no support. He couldn't get no back. And then what happened with Bernie Stoller was Stoller got tired of the shit with Sega Japan. He got tired of it, and he just said, you know what, I'm done. I can't do this no more. I'm done. I'm trying to help you guys. I'm trying to show you what to do to to fight back Sony, and you're fighting me. I'm your friend, and you're fighting me.
Yeah, it was, for all this, like I know Iraq can talk about this a lot, but it was a lot worse back in the day as far as
Yeah.
how those businesses were in Japan. It's not, it's different now. It's a different landscape now, but still, because like I was saying earlier, like Sony doesn't make, like not Sony, but just Japan in general. They kind of followed
Mhm.
our model and they started outsourcing stuff. That's why their quality is not as good. Um, and their economies definitely changed because of that. Because they used to
Mm,
dominate electronics. I remember that.
they did.
Yeah,
Really.
Yeah.
but
Hey,
yeah,
Global Pole, welcome aboard, man. Welcome,
yeah,
Global.
man.
Hi,
But
Google.
yeah, but yeah. So the thing is that I was one of the ones that when I came, I was so core Japanese box that I blamed Microsoft for what happened to Sega, and it took
Oh,
me about a year. Yeah, I wasn't thinking. It took me about a year or so to get my head out of my ass, or in the military, as we say, your fourth point of contact. I had to do a lot of reading to realize, because see, I already knew for myself that Sega was tripping up on its own tail a lot of times, but I didn't know that it was this bad. And so the only thing I really, because it depends on what your point of view is. The way I look at it is that where I put where Sony is guilty of is, let's just say that Sega is on the edge. They're just on the edge, and they're just sitting at the table, don't know what to do. They're looking at the bills. Wife done left them, and Sony just walks right into the room, hands in the knife, and just quietly walks out and
mm,
closes the door.
Yeah, they finally put that nail in the coffin, dude. Because I remember this is why I always the term vaporware came out from that announcement for the PS. Was it the PS?
Yeah, PS1.
Yeah,
No,
no,
PS2, PS2, PS2.
PS2, right?
Yeah.
and and so basically they didn't have anything. They just had the schematics. They did this little presentation, which Sony was known for back in the day, and they put their stuff up there, and that pretty much ended it. And I knew it too because there's so many people that like playing the games, but they were waiting for that PlayStation, the new PlayStation, and that was like a year away with no games, which is a pattern for Sony that people don't tend to remember for some reason or another. But yeah,
Yep.
and then like you said with Sega, a lot of things with Sega was like they dug themselves into a hole, right? But then also the dynamics of gaming was changing. You know, the great thing about the Saturn and what Sega banked on was of course the 2D style of gameplay. And if you
Hmm.
guys remember, Sony was the first one, I believe. I mean, Sega did some 3D stuff, but I remember seeing Battle Arena Toshinden,
Yep.
and it didn't look great, but it was just the fact that it was in that type of stage, and then as you know, as time went on, everybody went into the 3D,
Yeah.
uh, yeah, in that era, and so, but yeah, like you said though, Dreamcast they course corrected, but
Yeah.
yeah,
And yeah, but bringing this to the close
yeah,
is that when um what made me turn things around was around that time frame. I want to say like maybe like 2007 or 2008 ish or so. Pretty much. I want to say actually I want to say like around the time that the 360 launched. All right, the 360 was my first Xbox ever. So I never had an OG, and it's funny because that's where that became Sega's de facto home. And so 360 was my first Xbox. All right, now here's what made me choose the 360. Around that time frame, do both of y'all remember that if you was in the JRPGs, do you remember that that's kind of like around the time frame that it, JRPGs were starting to kind of spiral downwards?
Yeah, because I
yeah.
think yeah, it was because it wasn't as prominent. Yeah, because I was playing JRPGs a lot back then.
Well, I
Yeah,
think too, the format was changing too, right?
Yeah, yeah.
From
yeah,
that
It has
8-bit,
a
right?
it has like it had a lull period, I guess, if you will. It
Yeah.
wasn't like dying like dead or nothing like that, but it was like it slowed down a lot, you know.
yeah. And see, a lot of them were trying to do things that wasn't exactly appealing universally, like
Right.
trying to be roguelike and stuff like that, or
Yeah.
do the
Mm.
random generated dungeons, because see, that's what killed Breath of Fire. That's why you don't see Breath of Fire in anywhere in near Capcom's roster anymore.
But they were like other things too. They were kind of struggling with that, trying to push boundaries, and they're struggling with the technology and all that kind of stuff at the
Hmm.
time.
Yeah,
Like,
but
because the
Oh,
polygon. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm sure you remember how much we used to talk about pushing polygons. Jeez,
oh
that
mm,
gosh,
was like
that old yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
but
just do this many polygons. I was like, oh my
yeah, but that last Breath of Fire that they did,
god.
where they try to do random generated dungeons and stuff, that was horrible. That was a bad idea. I don't know who
No.
greenlit that was horrible, and that's what killed it. To me, I felt that's what killed it. Now it's funny.
Excuse me, before you continue, I have to stop here. So I wanted to just say my goodbyes
Yeah.
real quick before you continue.
Oh shoot,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that is.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dave.
Oh God, it's coming on
Sorry.
6 o'clock.
Yeah, I have to go because yeah, I have to still get up. So
No, thank you, Dale, for coming on. And of course, you're always welcome. It was a pleasure. I've been
thank
enjoying
you.
listening to your commentary, not just your comments in the chat, but commentary in general.
Yeah, thank
And I
you.
really
Yeah, you
appreciate you
too.
coming. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
it's
always
good.
welcome.
It's good to finally, good to finally be able to talk to you.
Yeah, you too. We gotta talk some more because it's fascinating. You know a lot more than I thought. Man, it's good to listen to you, boy. Like,
That's
Yeah,
wow,
because
for
I'm.
yeah,
sure.
he has a lot of
That's because I'm
knowledge.
old.
Well, no, because you have a lot of knowledge of good. You know, your insight too is from a different perspective than say a he bot. You know, it's
Yes.
just hearing how you view things and what you paid attention to and stuff. That's interesting. I like it.
Well, he's also developed, like he has that industry background as well, which is why,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Okay, that explains. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I was like, man, he's so knowledgeable. Wow.
He
Like,
has
okay.
what they call that real world experience.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for having me here, Sega Forever. And I
Yeah,
like
no
your
problem, dear.
show. And
Oh, thank you.
keep just know you're doing a great job, and just keep it at your pace, because you're doing great. And don't over push yourself too hard just to do what everybody else is doing. Just make it your own.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
Okay. All right. And thank
Yeah.
you, Fire Boss, for joining us, and thanks for talking to me today and having me here. And I hope to talk to you again soon.
All right, dear.
All right
And
then.
Thank you.
goodbye, everybody in the chat. Thank you for listening. Okay. Have a good night.
Okay. See ya.
All right then.
Okay.
Oh shoot. Yeah, I can probably hang for about 5 more minutes, um, but
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
like I
but
said, that's
just real quick, yeah. So Dea, thank you again for coming on. Really appreciate it. Dea has just been and I'll be honest with you, just a breath of fresh air. With her perspective on a lot of things, and
oh
hopefully,
yeah.
we're trying to. I would love for her to start her own YouTube channel, and have her own commentary to be out there as one of the voices
Hmm.
for the Xbox community, because she brings a lot to the table, and I've been enjoying listening to her with the other guys on their podcast. It's just it's always great to have somebody out there in the know. So I'm sorry, Fireboss. Go ahead.
Oh no, no, it's all good. But now, like I said, I was just going to conclude it where it's like where she was talking about the communities being
Hmm.
different and everything, and it's just. I apologize for dragging it out so long. It's just
No,
I'm one
no.
of yeah, I'm just one of those people where I try to give the full story so there's no questions and everything. So
Oh,
I
that's why
apologize for
you're
that.
on. That's why you're on this podcast, bro. I appreciate it. Trust me.
Yeah. But yeah, it was yeah, so I brought up JRPGs because when JRPGs were in a very low state on both the PlayStation and of course at the time, as far as Nintendo goes and everything, with the GameCube, they only had like two, and out of those two, only one I actually cared for, and that was Tails. Um,
Mm, yeah, I remember that.
yeah, that was the only one because the other one was at what Crystal Chronicles, and once again doing that random generated dungeon crap, which I'm not a fan of. Well, at least back then I was never a fan of,
That was
and
such a
that's
big
what
thing back then. Yeah.
yeah, and because it's what everybody was trying to do,
Yeah, you're right.
and yeah, and so it's like I was like, man, I just want to play a real JRPG. Where's a real JRPG? And we look over at 360, and it's like, oh man, this Blue Dragon looks pretty interesting. So I go ahead
Yeah.
and I went ahead and bought a 360, a used 360, and a copy of Blue Dragon, and that was it. I was in. I was hooked, and then I went back and got Lost Odyssey, then got Enchanted Arms. Um, what's the other one? The name will probably pop in my head, but it was the one where it was like music. It wasn't musical gameplay. It was just the theme of it was music.
Like
Um,
Symphonia, something
no, no,
Symphony,
no.
Tales of
Eternal
Symphony.
Sonata.
No.
Eternal
Oh, Eternal
Sonata.
Sunshine. Okay.
Yeah, and which are all awesome games, and I would recommend. And I
Hmm.
have no clue as to why they're not on Game Pass and what's going on because from what I'm to understand, the IP belongs to Microsoft, so I don't understand why we're not seeing these in Game Pass. So that's something that I have yet to have had anybody fully explain. But either way,
Mm.
it was real JRPG games, man. It wasn't this random generated dungeon crap and none of that. And that hooked me. And that's what pulled me into Xbox. And what pulled me in even further was I was gaming back and forth between the 360 and the PS3. And on the PS3, what I was enjoying was stuff like White Knight Chronicles, because they, had some decent JRPGs, and also Warhawk. And I
Mm.
mean, not to my horn, I was a monster in Warhawk. And it's funny they talk about these live service games, and it's like, you do own Warhawk,
Yeah,
you
they have some. Yeah, they have IPs that they could. I mean, I don't think they will, but
no, they won't because just as what was proven with Warhawk and their so-called quote unquote Halo killer is
Mhm.
their player base don't play those games.
Yeah.
And that's why to me personally, that's why they didn't last.
Well, the
And
irony of it all, though, they might not have a choice this time around because it's not just Microsoft; it's just the industry is just moving to this type of games.
I love what Level 5 does too, Gogopo. And I keep saying to a lot of people that it's like Sega makes the most sense for acquisition, but if it come to push come to shove, there was a time where I was saying, you know what, Level 5 probably would make a lot of sense too, because at the time I said that Level 5 was in a very, very low state. I mean, they closed all their offices over here in the West. They were trying to move away from console to just doing nothing but PC. And guess who else is over at Level 5? KG Inafune with his studio Concept. They're under Level 5. And so to me, it was like, the fastest way to get to uh another outing for good old Jewel, you know, uh, for Recore and everything,
Mm.
is to have her father come to Xbox. Because I always kept feeling that Recore should have been Microsoft's answer to Samus, to Metroid. That's how I always felt, and so it made sense. But now Level 5 is back in their stride, and now they're putting, because at first the horse they betted on was Sony,
Hmm.
and Sony left them at the starting gate. They left them, went instead, spent all that money on like Fire Sprite and Bungie and stuff like that. Went and got those studios, Haven and everything, and just kind of just left them there, because it kind of didn't matter anyway, because at the end of it, they closed all their Japanese studios anyway.
Yeah.
So that told you where Sony was going. And so to me, it was like it would have made sense for Xbox to pick them up, but now at this rate, I don't think it's going to happen now anyway. But so anyways, back to their community. I noticed, here's the thing: around that time frame, both communities were toxic as hell. I'm not gonna sugarcoat that. Both of them were toxic. But here's something that I noticed, and that's up to this day that I keep speaking on, and I'm gonna close it with this.
Mhm.
Between the two communities, there's one community that the legitimate players, as well as the company itself, said enough was enough, and it took one survey. I don't know if you remember. Do you remember a survey that went out to everybody regarding the live community? Did you get to do that survey?
You mean talking about the toxicity?
Yep.
All I remember was the banhammer, dude. That's all I remember.
Yep. And
I don't remember the survey. I know I know they was banning. I mean, they put that hammer down big time. I remember that.
that's right. It may have costed them half of the live community, but good God, boy, they cleaned house.
They had to.
They cleaned.
It was bad.
It was horrible. It was horrible, man. And out of the two companies, Microsoft was the only one, well, Xbox rather, was the only one that had the nuggets to go through with it and do it. Whereas to this day, Sony doesn't have the nuggets to do it, because they don't want to lose those precious numbers that they can boast about. They care more about the numbers than they care about the community, and they care about gaming. That's why we see so much, because I would be, dude, I'm telling you right now, you could not tell me otherwise that most of the toxic trolls that we ousted from live went over to PlayStation. I'm willing to bet you that's where most of them went. Where else they had to go? Because a lot of them sucked on PC anyway. So there was like pretty much nowhere else for them to go because I mean, till this day, when I was like a mod on Reddit, on the Xbox Reddits and stuff, I keep
Mhm.
seeing. I mean, every day I keep seeing somebody whining and crying about they lost their account all the way back then, and they still can't get in, and Xbox support won't help them or respond
But
to them.
I think I remember, didn't they have like a year and then you could come back on, you just had to re-register? I thought that's what they did. Because to
I
me
think.
it
Oh, I know
set
what you're
such
talking
a
about.
huge precedent. Yeah, it
I know
set
what
such a
you're talking
huge precedent for yeah, it really did change. Like I have to say, because I mean, you and it wasn't just so to Google, it wasn't just Halo. It was like I played Mechasalt a lot, and Mechasalt was
about.
bad. Mechasalt, but I kind of enjoyed it because you'd banter back and forth. But look, if you were a girl back in the Xbox Live days, dude, it was hard for you. It was hard.
Mhm.
I remember.
Yeah, I remember. I know what you're talking about. There was a period where they
Yeah.
can let you plead your case, and they try to weigh it in by looking at the logs because they had logs.
Oh yeah.
They they had logs, and they weighed all that stuff, and if they weren't liking what they were seeing with the logs, they nope, you ain't getting back in.
Yeah. Yeah.
So unless you had to make a whole new account and just lose all them precious trophies and gamer score and everything, that you couldn't use that username again or nothing. And
And luckily,
so
luckily that generation kind of changed when the 360 came in, and then of course it became more pronounced. Like, yeah, 360 was such an awesome console.
yeah,
I have to say.
yeah, and just like I tell a lot of these clowns and stuff, I said the PlayStation community is never going to change. What we're seeing on social media, what we're dealing with, is never going to go away until the legitimate PlayStation fans and Sony themselves just say, you know what, you're making us look like boobs out here. You're sending out dick pics. You're sending out death threats. You're like, showing yourself in operating rooms. Doxing
Yeah.
care. Patient information. It's like, because, dude, this is stuff that's like, you would normally consider to be bad PR. And if I was the CEO of Sony, I'd be like, hey, what we gonna do about this? This is bad. This is
Well, I
really
mean,
making us look
you
horrible.
you see what Sony's been doing with it. That's again, this is why I love the APK deal, right? Everybody's getting a good, clear look at what Sony does and what they consider business, right? And so
Of
their
course,
fan base
that's
is a
why they didn't give up the
reflection.
papers yet.
Yeah, their fan base is a reflection of the company, and the company is a reflection of the fan base, and they both deserve each other. And like E-Rock always says, I'll be waiting for the day when they disappear because I'm just
And
done.
and it's funny because much as nobody liked hearing it when he gave it out straight on
Mhm.
that one time on Dealer's podcast a few months back last year, Pactor said it. He said that when this deal is done, he said this, I give Sony 10 years. He said I give him 8 to 10 years. And he said, and of course, like Zucker came in like, well, you don't know, and he's like, hey, listen to me. He said, look, I understand how you feel, but you got to understand this. He said they had a head start. All right, how do you have a head start and you just fumble it? You just let it go and say, you know what, it's not making us, profit right now. A
Mhm.
lot of stuff you do is not about profit right now. It's about the long game. That's why they're being made to look like chumps right now, because they started a lot of this stuff. Like they had something equivalent to xCloud and Game Pass, and they fumbled it. They let it go because it wasn't making immediate profit. Remember, they went and spent all the money buying Gaukai.
Mhm.
Yeah, they were already ahead, but they fumbled it.
Well, I think because they just think that things are going to continue the same way that it has. That's why they're fighting so hard for the COD. When
Yeah.
you look at their actions and what they're doing, right, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, but if you know how Sony operates, it kind of does make sense, right?
Yeah.
Just can't. They just can't change, and they won't change, and they don't want anybody else to change. Well, like again, this is
It's
Sega. This isn't like the old school back in Nintendo days. That you're dealing with a different beast, and that's what they're finding out the hard way.
yeah. And see the thing is like it sucks for them. It really sucks for them because it's like you look at the media and how they're at, how I mean, dude, this this deal really has exposed a whole lot of stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
it exposed who is who.
Yep.
And the thing about it is, like, see, just like with what you just said about Sony, it's the same with the media. It cost them more money and effort and energy to start changing over, to start opening their minds more than to just keep milking the Xbox hate. They made a killing. As legal would say, they built their empires brick by brick off the hate of Xbox.
Yep.
And this is what's going on. That's why you're seeing them act out the way they are. Because yeah, it's one thing that the ones doing the reporting are Sega fans. They grew up, with Sega, as a pacifier in their mouth. Yeah, that's understandable. But if you're a respectable editor and you're professional, you would be checking them. When you look at their stories, you would be checking them and be like, hey, hold on, before we push this, because one thing I used to remember when it came to doing news is you never ever want to freaking have to print a retraction.
Mm-hmm.
That's supposed to be from what I remember, that's supposed to be one of the fastest ways to lose your publication is if you had to do one too many retractions. But this day and age, apparently not.
Oh yeah, there's no accountability anymore.
Yeah.
Back then, your word was bond, but not now.
So yeah, man, and that's the world we live in, because for some odd reason it just became so profitable to just brush it away. Yeah, we know it's wrong. Yeah, we know it's inaccurate, but it's bringing us so much traffic, and it's making us so much money, even if it's not right. And that's a shame. So that's why I'm gonna leave it at this, because I need to wrap it up. So I'm just gonna go with this. I'm gonna go with this. It started with Keeley's show last year, all right, with the Game Awards, where Xbox didn't give them a damn thing.
Oh,
Yeah,
at
Phil
the last one,
Phil showed up. Yes, Sarah was there. They were shaking hands and in the crowd and everything, clapping hands. But everybody's like, man, why were they even there, man? We were looking for this. We was looking to see Perfect Dark. We was looking for Fable. Why were they there? Yeah, good question. Why were they there? So fast forward later on and see, it's funny. Everybody's been, there's been people dropping subtle hints that there was a show. There was a show that was coming up. And what do we get? We got news of the developer direct. Now, both that and this developer direct has shown that Xbox doesn't need them. They don't need Keeley. They don't need the media. When they dropped Hi-Fi Rush, the whole gaming community got sat on fire. Hey, what's going on, Radiance?
yeah, Radiant.
Yeah. So,
Yep.
yeah,
100% Radiant.
yeah, and so I mean, I feel that the Activision deal was a factor where they didn't want to come out swinging hard and beating their chest too hard, but at the same time, it's like if that was the case, then what they did with Hi-Fi Rush, they probably would have kind of like been like, been more meek about it. But
Mhm.
no, they did the right thing. And I feel that a lot of the hatred that recent hatred that we're seeing now, and all this scurrying for the shade, like oh, Hi-Fi is going to come to the Switch. It's going to come for the Switch. No, the fuck it's not. Stop. It's like one thing I am about is like like look, stop trying to like talk stupid. In other words, stop trying to talk it into existence because you're making yourself sound like an idiot.
Well, that's what Radiance is saying right here. With with the AK, they
Mhm.
broke him, and
So,
then he says it exposed so many fake neutrals,
yeah,
which is 100%,
and,
hundred
and
percent.
and see the thing is that going with that is where I'm going at is that they showed the gaming world that we don't need you. And see, it's funny because I know Legal has spoke about this a few times, and I know
Mm.
E-Rock has even spoke about this as well. Whereas, like, there's going to come a time where the media is going to have to wise up and realize that um, Phil just replaced us. We can't get no news. We can't get no review codes. What's going on here?
Because
Why you mean?
Microsoft, like Xbox right now, dominates everything within the industry. And then some people say, well, but it's bad. I'm like, it doesn't matter. It's 24/7 Microsoft. Good, bad, neutral.
Mhm. And see, the thing about it is that the damn mules don't realize that every time they keep hashtagging Microsoft or Xbox when they go make their little hit tweets and everything, ha ha ha,
Mhm.
no games and all that stuff like that. They didn't even realize it that they actually helped Microsoft they helped with the analytics. Almost every day I look on Twitter, Xbox is literally always trending.
Yeah,
They plug Xbox more than we do.
yeah, they do. It's kind of in a sick, twisted way, but they do. And
Yeah.
so that's like a lot of people, like 100 was talking about Baldur's Gate, and he made a real great point, and it was funny too, the way 100 presents things. But he's basically talking about Baldur's Gate and how people really don't play that game, but it became like a talking point, right? This week, and it was kind of funny to me because when I was on Twitter and I was looking at people like looking at, and these are Xbox guys, like, what are we gonna do? And I'm like, what do you mean what are you gonna do? You're gonna play your game on Game Pass, right? And then if this is bothering you so much, just make sure that you support Game Pass, and because as Microsoft grows Game Pass and it's going to be like so the because what they were saying was that the developer wasn't going to, and I know there's other stuff that come out, so I don't want to say this is gospel, but the bottom line is that if you grow Game Pass to a Netflix-like service, developers will not be able to not deal with you, right? Because it goes beyond market share, this market share that Sony has, whatever, right? But if everybody's on Game Pass, right, you're gonna have to deal with Microsoft at some point. This is
Mhm.
why on this channel I push that. I push that subscription, man. I want to see it to go up to 50 million. I want to see it go up to
Yeah.
70 and eventually 100. Because once the Microsoft does that, there's no excuse, right? For you not to deal with
Mhm.
them because you're going to miss out on a huge part of the people playing the games. I mean, you see that with Game Pass right now. So when other developers say, I listen to their reason of why they couldn't do it. Maybe they have a small team, they don't have the budget. They're making a conscious business choice. I have no problem with that, right? Or maybe it's your artistic vision and you want to realize somewhere specifically. Okay, fine with all that kind of stuff. But then when you realize that you need money and then you come to this side, I will remember that as a consumer. And because
Mhm.
there's so much good content for taking up my time already, you kind of get put on the back burner.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah, you do. You just do. Because I'm like, okay, so I have Fi Rush, I have Starfield, I have all these games I'm trying to juggle. And then you show up and it's like, oh, by the way, we're bringing our game this month. You launched on PlayStation a year ago, but now you're gonna grace us with your presence. I'm like, oh, that's cool. You put it in Game Pass. That's the deal for Microsoft, right? You put it in Game Pass. I might play it, I might not. I don't know.
And the killer is usually that they usually don't bother to for that year do any sort of optimizations because they don't want to go through the effort. Like now, here
Yeah.
it is. Like we look like it's funny you brought that up. We look at like um at what's the game that just came out? Uh,
Hi-Fi Rush?
huh?
Hi-Fi Rush?
No. Atomic Heart. Yeah. So you look
Oh,
at the
Atomic Heart.
situation that's going. Yeah, you look at the situation going on right now. Atomic Heart, thanks to Digital Foundry,
Hmm.
we find out that the PlayStation version runs the most performant. Um, I don't know if you made it to the last show I was in with legal and everything, but I tried to break that down to a lot of people. Here's the thing that has to be remembered. All right, remember the PlayStation 5 is overclocked. All right, you can look
Hmm.
that up. That APU is overclocked. In other words, that Joker is always cooking. That's why they had to go with the liquid metal. And even that is still not that good of a band-aid over the problem.
Right.
So the PlayStation 5 out the gate, and it's funny because at the start of the generation, they kept joking about the Series X being the brute force machine. No, the PlayStation 5 is the brute force machine.
Yeah.
Everything
They
runs,
always do.
yeah, everything runs the way it does because it brute forces everything. But
Hmm.
here's the other thing. Um, the guy who was the lead coder on my last game, my last project that I was working on, he's actually a prom. I'm not going to tell you which studio. I'm sorry, so you ain't got to believe me or nothing. Don't care, but I'm still going to share this. He's one of the lead programmers at one of Sony's studios. All right, I'm going to say it's one of the newer studios, and I'll leave you with that hint. All right, and they actually had a chance to put their hands on the GDK that just came out for Xbox and compared it to the PlayStation SDK. This is what he explained. The PlayStation SDK is basically nothing more than the PlayStation 4 Pro's SDK with just extra bells and whistles for ray tracing and to optimize the use of the SSD. That's all. So that's why you've seen so many games coming out for the PlayStation faster or and like more quote unquote performant because it was like as he said, it was like visiting an old friend. And he just happened to add a new addition to his house. Or he went and got a new car. But it's still the same friend. You know him. He said that's the best way I can explain it. But he said, but with the GDK for the Xbox, he said that where Microsoft is going, he says this is very scary because this is some extremely future proof stuff. He said this is looking like beyond PC because PC isn't even at this point yet. Which is funny because somebody on Twitter, I can't pronounce his last part, but it starts with an N. But Blue keeps bringing this stuff up. And it's funny because a lot of this stuff started with internals that are in the Xbox One. They just never had, a chance to fully utilize it all. But it's there. But he said that that's what it was with with the GDK, was the fact that what's going on with developers right now is they're going through learning pains, is because they're so used to just doing 3 steps and done. But now with this, they got to do 5 steps before they're done. And it's killing them because if you're in a studio that's high paced, already has multiple projects on their plate, and you have the biggest key issue, you have investors always hounding your board. Hey, when's this coming out? When's this going to be ready? What's going on here? What's this? What's this? They start getting impatient. And next thing you know, it's like, look, just put it out and we'll patch it later. That's why we're having the current shit sandwich we're having now with games that are being launched broke. because they gotta put it out there. They gotta get it out there so they can move on to the next thing and get these investors off their damn back.
That's funny because that's another great thing about Game Pass that I love, dude. Right? It's like I don't have to rush out and grab, like if I'm looking at a game and I'm thinking, okay, maybe it might have some problems and stuff like that, or maybe I might want the game, but I'm so much into the library. I already own like a bunch of games on a back catalog, but then there's so much stuff coming on
Yeah,
Game Pass that I'm trying out. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I'm not rushed to actually go out there and actually have to deal with that in those cases. And I would recommend they really look at that because that can boomerang and back and hit them really bad because people will start like not buying games when they
Yeah,
release. People are
yeah. Matter of
scrambling.
fact, yeah. Matter of fact, look at the situation with the delay for Starfield. See, because
Mhm.
Todd because Todd and Pete were still under that because they did it for so long. They were under the impression that they had to push this game out, even if it wasn't in a fully ready state. They were about to push this game out, and it wasn't. It's like from start to finish, quest wise, yeah, it was done and ready. But performance and cleanup wise and bug wise, no, it was not ready.
Well,
And it
look,
took it.
look what Radiance put, dude.
Oh yeah,
That's why MS is buying studios. They will show the world that the SX
that's
and
that's what's
SF can
going.
truly do 100. Yep, I agree
Yes,
100%.
yeah, Radiance. You're right. That's actually what I was getting ready to go to as well. Is that's what's going to have to happen, because what right now. That's why I said that everything is about to get exposed. Because just like I mentioned with Forza earlier, before Dale left,
Yeah.
um, Turn 10 and Playground Games with the upcoming Fable, they are about to piss a lot of people off because there's a reason why so many of these people are shit talking Forza Tech. There's a reason why these people are shit talking Slipspace, because they know what's about to happen. So they sit there to make themselves feel better. Oh, it's not going to get better until you do like what everyone else is doing, which is using Unreal. Which I ain't taking nothing from Unreal, because after all, look at the Coalition. They're monsters with Unreal. But here's the thing: what else is using Unreal Engine 5 and not showing its true potential? Atomic Heart.
Hmm.
Now watch when Gear 6 drops. You're going to be looking and being like, wait a minute, hold on a second. So Atomic Heart was not doing good on this. Gears game is giving us 4K 60 with ray tracing, even 120 in multiplayer. What's going on? What's happening? What's happening? Oh, that's because that team literally helped build the Unreal Engine. Most of that team. That's why every time they have any sort of advancements with the Unreal Engine, guess who they go to? The
Hmm.
Coalition. The Coalition is literally there, hands on deck, to help them with that damn engine. But the thing is that a lot of the stuff that, as my former programmer was saying, a lot of the stuff that is in that GDK is extremely tied to a lot of DX12 Ultimate stuff.
Hmm.
And Forza Tech, Slipspace are tied. They're bonded by the hip to DirectX 12. That's one of the reasons why people sit there talking like, oh, this game is coming to PlayStation. No, it's not. It can't, because PlayStation is not a DirectX. It's not a It's not a Windows based API system. They use FreeBSD, a derivative of Linux. And yeah, there's a situation where you can use what's called wrappers where it's like an emulator for APIs. It tricks the API into thinking it's something it's not. But those are not stable, especially when you're talking about in the open source space, because FreeBSD and Linux are in the opens. They're in the GNU open source space. That's where you reach into some very questionable territory. That stuff is not stable. Now, in a situation with Minecraft and everything, okay, yeah, it runs because I mean, after all, when Notch started it, if I'm not mistaken, I believe he started it for Linux before it went to Windows. But if you was to compare the two versions, I think the Xbox and Windows versions are the more advanced ones compared to the PlayStation one. I'm not sure. They're probably about neck and neck, but it also lends to the reason why we to this day have not seen ray tracing pop up yet. We saw it in that showcase over a year ago, but we still to this day haven't seen it in the full version because that ray tracing was based off of DirectX 12 ray tracing. So that should hopefully answer that question. But that's what he was getting at, is that there's a lot of learning curves with having to use the GDK. And so it scares, it literally spooks the hell out of a lot of developers, because what was the one fixed, reliable way to do things, Microsoft just balled it up in their face with a big smile and threw it in a waste paper basket.
You know, it's funny because you remember Phil Spencer was talking about how they're going to buy more studios.
This is probably the only way they're going to be able to even the playing field, because these studios, as Google Post says, tech and code takes time. And so the only way that's going to happen is just like we're seeing with the situation where a lot of games got pushed back and delayed, not just because of COVID, but because a lot of these studios had to learn this tech.
Yep. Perfect storm, bro.
Yeah, they had to have the time to learn it and stuff. You know, people talking about like, oh, look how choppy Starfield is. Oh, it's running at 30. Mark my word that when we see that Joker again, it's going to be at 60.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And here's the thing, though. Me and Legal talk about it. Even if it releases at 30, if it is at locked 30, like how Flight Simulator is, dude, it's still going to be smooth. Because one thing I've noticed, if any of you in the chat and you as well, Sega Forever, have took the chance to play Flight Simulator, and that's at what's called a lock 30, dude, it's like it kind of catches you off guard. It's like, man, this is pretty smooth. This is really smooth. Yeah, it ain't no 60K. I mean 60 FPS, I'm sorry, 60 FPS, but it's still smooth. There's no jitter, there's no jerking. I mean, good Lord.
That's what I love about Microsoft, like just doing that, taking the time, letting developers have their time, at least for the studios that they have.
Yeah, and so that's probably what's gonna happen, is they're just gonna grab more studios they feel they need, because what they want to do is they want to fill in areas. They want to try to cover as many check boxes as they can for what to feed into Game Pass, because that's what it's all about, is feeding Game Pass the same way Netflix had to feed their service. But the problem is that they can't keep doing timed stuff. They can't keep the old way. They can't keep doing timed exclusives. They have to have their own stuff.
I don't know, brother, because the streaming stuff isn't working out for a lot of different people. So Disney lost like what, two and a half, how many millions they lost? So a lot of these streaming services, because there's so many out there, um, that's the good thing about what Microsoft has, just to shift back with Game Pass, because they're basically the first in market to start doing it, and that's basically why Netflix is still on top, because they're the ones that took the chance
I
to do the
think,
system.
yeah, I think what it
Oh, go
is
ahead.
when it comes to like Disney and stuff like that is a lot of that they kind of self inflicted, because
Yeah, 100% agree with you.
yeah, it's all about because after all, it's all about content, 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 and Disney is basically should never is one that should never be short on something like content. But the thing about it is like it's what type of content you're putting out there, and stuff like that, because their content is what pulls people in. When you have a Mandalorian, yeah, that's pulling people in. So yeah, it's that's basically what it's all about, and that's why they're getting all these studios, because they're trying to keep Game Pass fed, so that
Yeah.
there's always something to play, but at the same time, it causes enough of a buffer for their own first party, for their own studios to have as much time as they need to work on everything.
Yeah.
Because why in the world why the hell do I have to worry about Fable right now when I'm still playing Hi-Fi, or Starfield's getting ready to launch? In
Mhm.
other words, it's one hell of a diversion tactic. But that's all I have. I mean, only as far as Starfield goes, I've been seeing people going off of, because I feel like I'm the first person who actually said this. I'm Team March. Okay, with Starfield,
Team
I'm a
what? Your
marcher.
team much? Oh, okay.
I'm a marcher. I feel 032323. You heard it
Mm.
here. I said it on legals as well, but you're hearing it here on Wrecking Crew. That's what I'm calling. I'm calling next month. Now, as far as the showcase go, now all of a sudden people are saying that, oh, it just got leaked. They're going to probably announce it this week. In other words, this coming week.
Oh,
And so some people are speculating that the showcase is going to probably be the 7th or something like that. I guess we'll see. But
but that's right around the corner.
yeah, so hey, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I die on this hill. But just like Hi-Fi, because I feel Hi-Fi Rush was Microsoft's Long Island. That was their Bikini Atoll, their nuclear testing ground. That's what I feel is they went and showed that we don't need you. Everybody's sitting there talking like, oh, but you got to have 4 to 6 months of marketing. Oh,
I
no,
know.
you
I
don't.
know.
Not,
I get that.
dude. This is Bethesda's biggest IP in what, over 20 years. Everybody and their mother, even casuals, and casuals are nowhere near invested in this stuff as we are
No, they're
aware
not.
of this game. They're aware of it and they're waiting for it. The only thing they need to know is the damn date.
Hmm.
Give us the date and just walk away. We'll take it from there. And like I said, that's what Hi-Fi Rush is proven. And the media is acting a fool the way they are, because they know they're on borrowed time.
They're not relevant anymore.
That's right.
The goal.
The only sandwich they're going to be able to make is a Nintendo sandwich, a PC sandwich, and a Sony sandwich, and that's it. No, there's no Microsoft sandwich.
Mm. So that's a Google put. Once the big Xbox exclusive release, the worst graphics console narrative won't be an argument. Series just plays CP2 20077 fine, and that game is beefy. That's Cyberpunk.
Exactly. Yep. But see, Gogo. It took them. It took CD Projekt Red a bit of time to get their heads wrapped around. Matter of fact, Microsoft had to send a team out to help assist them with that. Matter of fact, same thing with Assassin's Creed um
Valhalla.
of Valhalla. Yeah, they had to send out teams to help them. So yeah, man, and it's amazing. Who else is able to do that? Send out a hit squad.
Yeah,
So, but yeah,
that's why I don't stress over all this fake news that comes out, dude. I really don't. Everything is drama, drama, drama with these guys, and I'm like, dude, I own both consoles. I have Game Pass. I'm subscribed to the service. I know what they got. I know what they don't got, and I don't care about what they don't got because I got a lot of stuff that I like already on there. Like so. To me, if I'll try and be fair, man. If Xbox didn't have Game Pass or didn't have games, right, then understandable people would be mad, but that's not the point. And the more that these people
mhm,
push, the more stupid they look because there's a lot of people, like you said, who might have come over because it's the cheaper option, and then Game Pass is cheaper than buying $70 games, like the average person, like you're saying, the normies. And when they come over and then they start getting, they're experiencing for themselves, then they hear these people keep on talking, and that's when that stuff blows up in their face. I like what Google put here. Time is, like you said, radiance above. MS isn't worried. Time is on their side. Yeah, 100%. Like
that's
you said
right.
earlier, they're a $2 trillion company, man.
Yep.
Like if I say this all the time in the podcast. I'll say it on other people's podcasts, and I'll say it on social media, and I mean this 100%. The only people that will end Xbox is Microsoft. That's it. Not Sony, not the media, not anybody outside. Microsoft will determine when they want to end Xbox for whatever reasons. It
Yep.
might be an outside, yeah, but it's going to be Microsoft. That's all you have to worry about.
And fat chance of that happening now.
Yeah, they're they're
But
they're all in, literally. I mean, not to plug myself, but they're literally all in. You can see that. They're not going to let this go. They're going to build on it, and they're going to take this industry, whether it wants to go there or not, kicking and screaming, take it into the direction that it needs to go in.
yeah,
Dea made a comment earlier that she was surprised how many Sega guys are on the Xbox console side, and I'm like, yeah, because Xbox. I didn't say this to Dea, but my reasoning behind it is because Xbox is in a way like Sega, like what Xbox used to do, pushing the industry, pushing games forward, taking risks, but the
yeah,
only difference is Sega doesn't have the money to do that, so
yeah.
unfortunately.
And see, it's funny because every time. All right, here's the thing, guys. Every time you come across any one of these clowns, those little fake neutrals, I like to say, why can't we just put one thing, just put everything on one thing?
Yeah.
It's like I'm gonna say right now, these are people that are most likely they never lived through the original video game crash. All right,
Yeah.
they ne-
Yeah.
they don't understand how the business really works because gaming is not the same as the VHS and DVD movie industry. It's not the same. And they try to look at it that way, where it's like, huh, just make the games and put them on one thing. It's like, well, here's the problem with that. And the problem is with evolving the tech and evolving the industry. You put
Mhm.
everything on one thing where neither former platform holder has any sort of say or control over it, you hit a brick wall.
Yeah.
And you're always beholden to what that hardware holder feels like doing. Because look at the stuff. Because here's the thing: look at all the stuff that's currently in the Series X and S. Everything starting from the Xbox One to the One X that Microsoft has been doing. They would not be able to use any of that stuff or do any of that stuff if they were locked to whatever platform that this third party was going with.
Hmm.
Gaming would eventually stagnate. It would eventually stagnate. Remember what caused Atari to die? Atari and ColecoVision. Look what made them die. They weren't advancing. And then on top of that, anything and everything that each one of them had wound up on the competitor.
Hmm.
So yeah, F that. Exclusives do matter. Google Stadia should have been the biggest proof of that. So exclusives do matter. And no, sticking everything on one platform is not the way. I hate to be Mandalorian about it, but it's not the way. Where I'll put it like this: eventually, that day will come. That's the thing. Eventually that day will come. It's unavoidable, but that's a long ways off. So, but either way, man, I've ranted enough, and I'm surprised I'm still awake. It's funny because I need to get some sleep because I have a 10-hour work session with somebody.
Okay, okay, yeah, no,
So yeah, and I'm supposed to. It's six. Oh God, it's 6:51 now. So I need to be up in probably the next 4 hours.
all right, yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, we can wrap it up because I need to go to bed too. I think I would have to take my daughter to her class tomorrow, which is at 8 o'clock. So I'm not a young spring chicken anymore, so I can't hang. So yeah, we can call it a night. I appreciate, dude. I apologize for not sending you the link. I thought I did.
Oh, don't worry
I'm
about it,
glad
man.
you're able to jump in.
Oh,
And thanks,
I appreciate you having me.
no, yeah, always, man. Like I said, and again, I'll do that again next time as well.
Oh, don't worry about it.
not
Don't worry
forget,
about
but
it.
to do that. So yeah, guys, thank you guys for joining us. Gogo, appreciate it. Radiance, Isa, hold on, let me go down this. I just don't want to miss anybody. But again, man, I appreciate the chat because you guys, you know, it's not just about the podcast, dude. You guys put out a lot of information, and you guys know your stuff, dude. So it's always great to have you guys here commenting. We had Oh wait, hold on. I know, yeah, Issa was here. We had Siphon Filter here. I think he's kind of new to the show, but he had some really good questions and stuff. So thanks for being there. And everybody who jumped in, hopefully, oh, Box was here for a little bit. 100 jumped in, and then he actually came on the podcast. So, um, yeah, guys, if you guys, oh, here we go. What is it? Yeah, you guys are troopers. Is that what yeah, yeah, Gogo. This one, this is like a series, right? You can like on Netflix, man. You can watch it like you can listen to an hour like every day. The podcast. So that's what E-Rock them were saying about the podcast. But yeah, I definitely appreciate everybody showing up. Hey, thanks again for your insight. Shout yourself out, boss. Then we'll call it a night.
All right, folks. I go by Fireboss, Phyerboss. You can find me usually kicking up dirt on Twitter. I am a former indie game developer, and I'm looking to try to get back into it. So definitely keep your eyes and ears to the ground and see where I go from here.
Yeah. And this is Sega Forever, Xbox All In channel. I just wanted to let you guys know that I will be doing a podcast specifically for pop culture stuff. I'm gonna keep the Xbox stuff separately. But if you guys are into pop culture, which I know some of you guys are, the first episode hopefully it'll be this coming Thursday, or maybe this coming Friday. We'll just alternate the shows. Um, but basically, we're just gonna talk about pop culture in general. I've had Hebot scheduled to be on here. We're actually gonna talk about He-Man, the Masters of the Universe show, that's on Netflix. Um, I grew up watching the show as a kid, and I wasn't too keen to watch the show after what people were saying about it. But then Hebot talked me into watching it, and I'm glad he did because I actually came away liking the show more than I thought I would. Still have some problems with the show, but like anything else, guys, and you guys know how it is nowadays, right? And Hunter talked about it earlier about influencers and listening to people. But yeah, definitely, dude. We might disagree, or you might like something I might not like, but definitely make your own choices. That's what it boils down to. The Google saying like it's 6 a.m. in Chicago, man. Good morning, brother. And Radiance, yes, thank you so much for being here. And yeah, so Xbox All In channel, we out.
All right, later, y'all.